Hello, everybody. Our radio Akashvani, or All India Radio, which was on All India Radio. Akashvani is very good on 11900 right now, direct from India. They sometimes have some 15-minute English before they sign off. So if you guys want to monitor that, 11900 Akashvani, and coming in from India, right, a really good signal. 11900, very strong signal today. Very nice to see India. So right now they were in French. They did make an identification in the English language. So I'm red. I'm all red because of the automatic camera thing. I don't know why it changes saturation. Here it goes. Hopefully that fixes a little. It all comes back automatically. I don't know why. All right, welcome aboard, everybody. This is the live show, and of course, this is the place to be on Saturday if you want to listen to anything or talk about radio or have to do with anything radio. It's nice to have everyone here. I'm trying to find how this thing doesn't connect well. I don't understand. But anyways, I'm not going to waste time with that. So it's nice to have everybody here. Hope that everyone is all right and that you had a good week. Sorry, what language is it now? Bilateral relations. Here, it's in English. All India Radio, or Akashvani in English. Bilateral talks in New Delhi today and exchanged views on regional and global issues of mutual interest, including cooperation in multilateral fora, reformed multilateralism, global governance, and issues concerning the global south. India and Brazil exchanged several agreements on different areas, including digital partnership, cooperation in rare earth and critical minerals, MSMEs, and the coastal sector. To really decode what this visit of the Brazilian president means for the bilateral relations. So very good signal on the east coast of Akashvani, India, in English on 11900. Really nice to have this coming around. Okay, let's check this out slowly. Move this panel a little here. Here we go. Always nice to have all of you here. So welcome aboard. This is the Shortwave Radio Live Show. We are Saturday. And at 20 hours UTC on Saturday, it's the live shortwave feed where we actually have a lot of radio fun and tune in and just have a great time. So my name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. And in northeast part of North America, and we are here every week to entertain, have fun with radio, which is essentially a solitary hobby for a lot of people. So it, makes us gather together and have fun with our radio experience, and share what we're listening to, the radios. Sorry, guys. The radios we use, and just have fun. So hope that you'll enjoy today's show. Once again, we've had a lot of fun in the past months with this show. Definitely, days are getting longer. Now the sun is setting here local time 5:30 p.m., which is an hour and a half more later than Christmas. So it really shows. And
it kind of has this, starts to has the feel of spring here. So even though it's cold, we're going to have some cold weather this week. It's actually not too bad. We've had a little bit of snow, but nothing major. You guys in the U.S. are going to get a blizzard on the East Coast, of what I'm seeing. Here in Montreal, we're going to have mostly cold weather, but no snow is supposed to be falling. So nice to have all of you here. There's a chat room, wonderful chat room with wonderful people. If you like to interact, if you want to say hello, great place where you can just join in. Great people, friendly, helpful. If you have questions, it's really, really good place to be. And it's going to be Facebook after when the live show is gone. And basically, what we do is we have this Facebook group which has the same name as the channel here, official SWL channel, and it has about 4,300 and some members, almost 4,400 now. So this is another place where people share what they're listening to and having a lot of fun with radio. So hope that you guys will have a good time, and hey, come and say hello. We're good people. So of course you can help me out if you want to. You guys have been coming through. It helps tremendously. Super chat. You can give a little something. There's a dollar bill there where you can click and give a donation. You can also Chinese food fund for tonight, or cat treats for Paul through PayPal is also possible, either through this email or the Yahoo email I'm posting, or official shortwaveradio@gmail.com also works. It brings the donations to the same spot, the same place. Thanks to all of you that have donated, and it is much, much appreciated. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. So, Knowles87, nice to have you on board. Free to choose. Salut, j'espère que tu vas bien. Et que tout va bien, Saint-Hyacinthe. Nice to have you here. Free to choose. Craig Martinetti from Ontario, Canada. Nice to have you here. Jay Watterson69, nice to have you on board. Nick Avendot from Romania. Nice to have you here. J Projects from San Diego, California. SWL Signals 23, nice to have you here from Florida. Megan, nice to have you here from Colorado. Brian Leisner, nice to have you here from Philadelphia. Bracing for hopefully not a foot of snow Sunday yet. That's what I saw. I was looking at the Weather Channel, and they were talking about here in Montreal we won't have, in Quebec we won't have much, except that storm is going to bring like the polar vortex down. So it's going to be kind of cold for a day or two. But east part of Canada is going to also have, I think Newfoundland, Nova Scotia are going to brace for some of that storm. Andy New, nice to have you here from Bristol, UK, M7CUN. Robert Cross, nice to have you on board from the UK. David Ward, nice to have you here from Texas, WA5253SWL. Where it's 65 Fahrenheit. Here it's about 20, around 25 Fahrenheit-ish. Mike B, nice to have you on board from Bayfield, Colorado. We have Arthur's Salad Crafter's Kitchen, nice to have you here from Massachusetts. And says having fun this weekend, medium wave DXing with the Sony ICF38 and Turk AM Advantage loop antenna. Cool. Skidology, nice to have you here from Southern Ontario. Just got up. Joseph, nice to have you here from San Francisco Bay, California. Right now tuning around on the KFS Kiwi SDR down the road. So pretty cool. We have Daxfar74, nice to have you here from Frankfurt, Germany. Always nice to have you on board. We have Chicopee Radio. Nice to have you on board from Massachusetts. Snow has melted. We have Robert Varner. Nice to have you here. KC2TEL in New Jersey. Craig Martinetti in Ontario. Blogadai, nice to have you here from Central Virginia with the RTL SDR V4 with a WOW antenna, or aka the wire out the window. Joseph says, yeah, coming in real noisy, 11900. A moment where I wonder if my rooftop ML830 would actually do better than the KFS in Half Moon Bay. Rick Myers, KO40SA, nice to have you on board from South Daytona, Florida, 86 degrees. And it says before winter returns Monday. So, Andy New, nice to have you here, 11900, very strong into the west of England. Jasmine, nice to have you here from cold, rainy Seattle. Skidology, 11900, a bit weak for me. I assume it's because I'm using the blue light ML830 and not the green light. There's the ML830 is an ML830. It doesn't matter what color the light is. They all are exactly the same. If it works well, they're all the same. There is no difference. There's no ML830 works less than, not as well as another ML830 or whatever. It doesn't. The color of the LED doesn't mean anything except they just changed the color of the LED and maybe made some slight modifications. But if it works well, it is. They all perform the same. SWL signals, good signal on 11900 in West Central Florida. Microwave mic, long wires, waves and beers. I'm ready to drop out and tune in. Blagada, very good signal, 11900. Yeah, they do have, but even in French, the accent of the presenters is pretty heavy. Actually, in French, All India Akashvani in French sounds a little amateurish. It's like listening to some, I don't know, primitive broadcast sometimes, which makes me laugh at times. And not counting that, even though they are...
And the countries that still need funding and hand-holding do not come to this same page or same arena. So then our Prime Minister says that usage or such techniques...
It's definitely a tough accent to go through.
He indicates towards helping, funding...
I don't know if it's because I'm, I hear all sorts of weird English accents here from francophones trying to speak English. But I don't have too much problem. If I concentrate, I don't have too much problem understanding what she's saying. But one of the things I also notice is that Akashvani is often kind of slightly over-modulated. So that also doesn't help in trying to understand what they're saying. Manuel Navarro Jimenez, nice to have you here from Cordoba, Spain. Welcome aboard. Dean Bianco, nice to have you on board. 11900 Akashvani, very strong and clear signal in the Adirondacks of New York State. Blogger Die, Michelle is glowing at top of head. Yeah, the sun is kind of, there's like there you go. There's a little hint of sun coming in through. So this is the, it's just funny that it actually just lands exactly there. Here, I'll put it in my oh, good. Freddie Chu started to study Mandarin. This long-term project is going to take a while, and I have to go slow as to not discourage myself. German was a piece of cake compared to that. Well, good luck, and take the time. It's always rewarding to learn a new language. Artist Alcratter's Kitchen had 4 to 5 inches of snow last night, with blizzard on the way tomorrow night. Let's go here. All right. Bobby Burgess, nice to have you here from Morgan City, Louisiana, WA5107 SWL. Tustin Loaf, nice to have you on board. Brian Leisner's unprepared. He's got no coffee. Blogger says, "Good, the snow is almost all melted from the last one." So Jasmine says she didn't have any snow at all this winter. Yeah, the West Coast, the west part of North America has been strange and much warmer. On the east, we've been having this polar vortex craze, and although Montreal, there's no major snowstorm this year. In Montreal, I am used to having at least one or two, if not three, major snowstorms. And we're not, this year we're not. This year we have snow, but it's always like, a couple of inches here, a couple of inches there. It seems we're always on the edge of a snowstorm. And I guess from what we see is that the storms seem to be passing to the south this year. So they're avoiding pretty much Quebec. So we have snow. We had about 2 to 3 inches last night, but it's not a snowstorm. It's just a few inches of snow. That's it. And but we really didn't have any major snowstorm this year at all. This is interesting. Winter's not over, so of course it could all change in the next month. February and March are the worst months for snowstorms here, so we'll see. Jasmine says this is the year without a winter. Skidology, I imagine German would be kind of easy to the fact that English and German are both Germanic languages. It's like Spanish and French. It's not as difficult for anybody that speaks French to learn Spanish. The languages are similar. A lot of words are very similar, and French language, and like Spanish, has the masculine and feminine of each word. So there's a gender, if you want, to the words in French. And that is also true in Spanish. And so because we already know about that, it helps a lot. Contrary to English, it doesn't have really any gender to the words in general. Jasmine says some days in January we're in the high 50s. Samuel C. Santos, nice to have you here. I use the Texan S2200X, but I need an external antenna. What kind do you recommend? No problem. Your English is perfect. Samuel, if you have no noise around you, you can start by just trying a piece of wire. Just, put a piece of wire in a tree or something and see if it works. And if it works well, you got your antenna. If not, I would recommend something like the Shibo GA490 loop antenna. I just put it in the chat. It comes with everything you need for connecting to any radio. And it is a great antenna that if it's too noisy on the long wire, that might be the best other option. You can buy, they're available on Amazon and on many different sites. T-Bird 7950, nice to have you here from upstate New York. Craig Martinetti, just a suggestion, you need to post a postal mailbox so people can mail you a donation. Yeah, I don't know, it doesn't happen very often that people mail in a donation. And it's frankly a little complicated because for a donation to work, it has to be done in very specific ways, like with a international postal kind of transfer or whatever. Every time somebody sent me a donation by mail, it was always a huge hassle for me to just change that at the bank. It's super complicated. So, and of course, you can't send in a check on a U.S. bank. Canadian banks don't accept that. So, that's why I kind of just focus on do it electronically. It's so much easier. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Brian Leesner, whatever LEDs are in stock today. Yeah, that's pretty much. It's like, oh, we're running out of green. What else we have? Oh, we got white. Well, use a white. Use a blue. Paul, nice to have you here. AA1SU checking in from Northern Vermont. Missed last week for the WPX RTTY contest. Forgot about the ARRL CW contest today. Maybe tomorrow. Yes, this weekend. Are you up and capable of 160 meters? Next week is the CQ 160 meter contest. I don't know if you're all up and okay running. And by the way, it was fun to have contact with you on the W1AW/1. When I heard you, I thought, oh, he's coming in pretty well. It's time to try the contact. So that was fun. Zeta Y9G, nice to have you here. DH1AO, nice to have you here from Germany. And then we've got David Ward getting a very faint signal here, but not audible. Old radios, fixed my Pentax camera today. Cool. Jasmine says, it's quite telling that the ads I get on the channel every 10 minutes are aimed at senior citizens. That's interesting. You're getting them every 10 minutes? They're supposed to be, according to the setting that I see when I started, they're supposed to be every 25 minutes. That's weird. They're not following their rules or what? So, well, I guess, the part of it is kind of, yeah, I get it. JJ Endo, nice to have you on board. CJBC here in Minnesota, AMDXing the other night. Pretty cool. A bra for senior citizens. It reminds me of Seinfeld. The man, what is that? The man's ear? Or the bro? Blackguard Eye concluded that the R108 experiment to date, I charged the radio fully and the battery indicator was 3 bars. Let it sit on the shelf 2 weeks, then turn on the radio on and played it at normal. Okay, and did you leave it on? Just to see if the battery, because it's interesting. Maybe they could have fixed it in some revision or something. Because here, you know what, I'm going to do the experiment. I'm going to, when I get up a little later today, during the show, my R108 is right here. I'm going to put a freshly charged BL5C battery in it. And I'm going to let it stay there for 2 weeks. Do the same experiments as you did. Because mine definitely, if I put a battery, I never leave the battery in because I know it's going to be dead when I need it. So I just put a fresh battery when I use it. Skidology, the thing is I'm not using the original MLA30, which is the blue light one. I'm using a knockoff of the MLA30, which has a blue light, and I heard is worse than the official green light MLA30. Yeah. I don't know. There's so much different stuff out there. That's why, I'm starting to tell people just buy the Shibo GA490. That one seems to be much better because you know what you're getting. Where the MLA30, you're not sure what you're getting. So, So Blackguard Eye volume for 3 hours, now 2 battery bars. Okay. That's interesting. So for 3 hours. That's interesting. It seems your battery didn't really discharge. Mine, if I do the same, I'm going to try it. If I do the same, I'm pretty sure that in 2 weeks I'm going to have a dead radio. AW 7425, just note again in Colorado, but we are so far behind from last year. Old radios got dumped on yesterday, Thursday night actually. 15 degrees Celsius, Dykes Far tomorrow. Wow. Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois. 28 Fahrenheit, February is back. And all radios, full spring and second winter happening in 1 week. Yeah, that's the joke we always have here. Actually, the one I have that I always tell everybody is, okay, I took out my bike. That means that in about a week we'll have a snowstorm. Every year that I did that, like almost every year, it was just so funny. I would take out my bike, like in March when there was no more snow and everything seems fine. And, like 3 days later, it's like we get a foot of snow. It's always the same. Free to choose. The most difficult thing in German is the syntax. All the verbs go at the end of the sentence. And some words have parts at different places in the sentence. Brett Woolley, nice to have you here from Northwest Oklahoma. Indian Territory. Cool. So S2 Outrider is my radio call contact info. Okay. Brian Lee's their nasty EFI coming from somewhere today. I'll blame the neighbors. Eamon Gerald Doherty, nice to have you on board. Always nice to have you here. Let me just find where I was. Okay, here we go. So let's go. Okay, here we go. So Blogger Die says, back when I was buying MLE30 Plus, a red LED was a sure mark of a counterfeit. Not only was the LED red, the label had no hole for it. Huh. Interesting. And the loop was folded up. With your radio, yeah, I do 60 meters, but our local Hamfest is that weekend. Ha, okay. That's interesting. Blogger. So today that's weird. Because I did make sure that the ads are set at, it's as if it's not following the settings. YouTube getting more aggressive. Neen Bianco, my location is 160 kilometers southwest of Montreal, yet we have more than 2.5 feet of snow on the ground. You got 3 inches yesterday, we got 10. Yeah, it's very different. All the storms are passing like to the south of the border. And here what we get is just what's the, just the border of each storm. So we get a few inches and that's it. Nicole, G6BGV, nice to have you on board from a wet and windy UK. Radical Squadron, nice to have you here. Monday I will be researching why an airplane that I work on, why the ADSB not broadcasting forward velocity on the ground and in the air. Huh. Jasmine says YouTube ignores those settings. Yeah, well, it shouldn't. It's asking you what you want to do, and I try to, I always try to balance the ads so that they are not annoying. You get an ad here and there, it's something, but you get, constant ads. I even get annoyed at some channels where it's like, whoa, there's way too many ads. I got to say that YouTube needs to learn to balance things out better and should not ignore the settings that I use. Bert WF7I Homebrew, greetings. Got my 160 meter loop back up. Preparation for next week's contest. Worked a lot of Europe last night on FT8 using loop for transmit and beverage for receive. Cool. David's Radio Room, nice to have you on board from rainy central Georgia. So 11900, Akashvani just signed off, as we see now. And Vatican Radio is in French on 11870 right now. So Vatican Radio. It's going to be interesting to see if we get Vietnam at a little later. Radio Martine 11930.
To be teased in certain cultures.
11965.
They love to see us swim.
This is African Pathways Radio via Madagascar, from the Madagascar World Voice. So this comes from Madagascar, which is like 13,000 kilometers away from Montreal. Pretty good signal for Madagascar. Seems that propagation to that whole area, Madagascar, the Indian Ocean, and India, is it's pretty good. Skidology, the bro. Yeah, old radios. I only got to ask because I'm using YouTube. Thing YouTube doesn't want you to use. Robert Cross. Are they still pulling that fewer ad breaks for this long video line? I don't know. It's very weird. It's sometimes it's bizarre, and I know some videos sometimes have too many ads because whoever made a video, because if I want, I could do if I do a 30-minute video, I could go in YouTube Studio and I can say put an ad every 5 minutes. If I wanted to do that, I could do that, but I never do that. I kind of leave YouTube doing it, and I hope for the best. I do get sometimes some people, some people commenting saying, "Whoa, there were too many ads for," and there are things that are so, I like, why put a 1 minute ad in front of a 3-minute video? It makes no sense. Keep it short. Put something like 6 seconds, and that's it. Over. Next. David Ward, is the 490 better than the K480 WLA they also make? I would guess it probably is the same, honestly. Bill Penna, nice to have you on board from Harrisburg. And some of you probably laughed this week when you saw my video where I accidentally put my Deepalek radio in Chinese. Thank God for Google Translate on the phone. DH1AO off topic, but last week we had 2 tropos here in north of Europe. We worked 400 miles with 100 milliwatt mesh core and mesh static on 868 megahertz. Youch, that's crazy. Brian Leisner has a Deshibo GA490 taped to a window and a really failed experiment. As a really failed experiment. It's always a question of... It is always a question of placement. And sometimes wherever you place it could be... I'm amazed. I'm amazed when I see that an MLA30 or any loop that I use, just put it 2 feet away and it's a completely different experience. It's really, you've got to search for that spot, that magic spot. So, like Jasmine says, smash the like button. And We have Archer's Alleycrafter's Kitchen. Reddit had a debate the other day about the bro versus the man's ear. Bert WF7I Homebrew. Nope. No snow tomorrow. We're supposed to have, I think it's cloudy, but no snow. It's going to get cold, though, because of that storm you guys are getting. It's kind of pushing down the cold air over us. So, like I was saying, Bert, here, we haven't had a major snowstorm this year, where we usually have anywhere from 2 to 5, 6 snowstorms, real good ones. It seems that they're all south of the border. You guys are getting hit by what we usually have up here. Jasmine says 121 watching, only 15 likes. Come on. What else do we have? Look at that. I heard a saying, weather in Russia is 9 months of anticipation, 3 months of disappointment. But oh shit, I just went on my first bike ride in months today. We must be getting a foot of snow tomorrow. Justin, Jill needs to say smash that like button with an echo effect. I need to have some audio effects on my voice to wake up everybody. Joseph, oh yeah, 11900 hitting the West Coast, stronger now, less noise. Love the music. Yeah, YouTube Premium is probably the way to go. Brad Shaver, nice to have you on board. Tosalov says YouTube's been glitchy lately. Older radios I have to watch TV through my dad's paid account. Kevin, nice to have you here. Artemis 2 being rolled off the launch pad. NASA should give it to SpaceX. NASA too hampered by budget cuts and brain drain. Artemis not looking good. You know, I think they really want us to play safe. I mean, you know, that thing is going to go around the moon, and they don't want to have some disaster. So I guess they're very cautious at what they're doing. But you know, space, we can say it again and again, the space exploration is still experimental and still very complex. You know, we haven't done anything to make it really like safe and very ordinary. It's crazy. Bert says the rules for the CQ 160 meter contacts next week allow the use of web SDRs as long as you're within 100 kilometers of your station. Yeah, okay, yeah, figures. Yeah, that you know, that's a rule I'm fine with. It's like, you know, if you use a QE SDR that's really close to you, really close to you, to avoid that noise, yeah, why not? You know. What else do we have? You know, they're looking at a launch in March now. You know, Boeing also, that if I was Boeing, that time when they actually didn't want to bring back the astronauts because they weren't sure, if I'd be Boeing, I wouldn't be very happy with my product right now. So, you know. Jasmine, yep. Space is hard. Absolutely. It's, you know. Gary Stevenson, do you remember the white log? The white log. For some reason it rings a bell, but not sure. Nicole, G6PGV, I don't watch mainstream TV. I pay for YouTube Premium so I don't get the adverts. Kevin, Thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. Enjoying the variety of radio scans on your channel. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. I am trying to get back and making more videos. So, Chicopee Radio. Somehow my magic spot is in the middle of the top of the window. It's very sensitive to everything. And sometimes just moving it a few inches and it's like, oh, look at that. Here is great. Brian says, I have 2 great spots, but where the 490 is mounted isn't one of them. Gunnar, nice to have you on board from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Cold, clear mornings lately are stellar for scanning through the medium wave band on my service truck on the wide open prairie. Yeah, that's a great way to pass time. Do some medium wave DXing while in the truck. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here from Scotland, where I think that the weather is slowly improving. Pretty cool. Brian Leesner, backyard patio, good. My side door steps, great. My living room window behind the curtain, that's a do-over. Arthur's Autocrafters Kitchen says that his cell phone carrier offers YouTube Premium as part of my bundle. I have yet to regret it. Brian Leesner, wherever I put the GA800, it just works. Look at that, AWR via now in Germany on 11700. Let's check that out if I'm getting it here. It's coming in well. Propagation seems very good today, by the way. So I think we're going to have some fun tuning around some of the signals. This propagation definitely looks interesting. I know K-index was 1. Free to choose. Boeing is still going to get stranded on the ISS. Boeing should start by doing better with aircraft before it ventures into space. Yeah. Gary Stephenson. It was a book that had all AM stations. Oh, yeah. Now, yeah. It rings a bell. I remembered seeing that. I don't think I've ever owned. Well, yeah, maybe I did. Long time ago. But yeah. That does ring a bell, Gary. I kind of remember that book. Yeah, the thrusters were failing. REE, Spain strong on 12030 in Spanish. Doesn't know if maybe it wasn't Boeing, it was the one they sent back without the astronauts. Gunner says, curious, does your lamp or monitors affect your signals with RF noise? Or does your exterior antenna eliminate that issue? I don't detect any noise on the Yaesu coming from here. I know that lamp is rather quiet, but you know, if I have a hard time, probably it's almost impossible for me to use a portable here with the telescopic antenna. The fact that my radio is hooked to a shielded coax and the antenna is outside pretty far away eliminates that problem. Same with the power supply. The power supply I use down here, which you see very bright, this is a 50 amp power supply at 13.8 volts. It is a switching power supply that I purchased on Amazon. And but it creates very little noise, and also it has an offset button. So if a buzz from the power supply would fall on the frequency or tuning, you could tune it away. But when the power supply is not far from the antenna, I hear a little bit of noise, but not. It's still very quiet as a power supply. But with the antenna being so far away from the Yaesu, that power supply, I never had to touch the offset. I never hear any buzzing from it. And it's a very decent power supply. I got to say, it's not too heavy, thanks to the fact that it is a switching power supply. And there's an electronics channel. The guy opens up stuff and looks at how they're built. And he opened up this one. And he also opened up the one that I got here, which this one is 20 amps. And it's also a switching supply. And he was impressed. They're Chinese made, but he was impressed by how well they are built. And also, he was impressed by the fact that they have some protection. So if anything goes wrong, it's not going to fry your radio. And I wanted to have something that's good, that's not too expensive, because and not heavy. I don't want to have any of those 3-ton power supplies that are linear. I don't want to have any of that. And so this power supply is really good. The other one here is pretty good. They are both well made. I followed the video and looked, because he looks at everything inside, how it's built, and the protections that are on it and everything. And the guy's he's running, like me, he's running these power supplies on, amateur equipment, expensive amateur equipment. And I would not have purchased something that, I'm not sure of, especially, you got a $2,000 radio. You don't want to have a cheap power supply that's going to blow it up. So, but those are great. They are very well made. And, here, one of those linear power supply, because, there's quite a few manufacturers. Like there's, a couple in the U.S. The names don't come to me, that I know they're very popular with the amateur radio community. These power supplies, if I would order one of them, first of all, they weigh 10 tons, but they would come up here in Canada to like 700 Canadian dollars for a power supply. For me, that is too much money to put on a power supply. And once again, I don't want to have a heavy power supply. I mean, this one is switching, and it is still a little heavy, because for 50 amps, they had to put a lot more circuitry in it. That one here is cool, because this 20 amp, it's 30 amps, sorry. I said 20, it's 30 amps. This 30 amp is barely more than $120, $30. And it's very, very light. So this is I call it my portable power supply. I want to go somewhere and power my radios. Well, that'd be the portable power supply. I take it with me, and it's not heavy at all. Works great. So, it's really, really nice. These are amazing, and I recommend them totally. So the 50 amp power supply came to, I think, 190 Canadian dollars, which means in the US, you guys would probably have it for like 150, probably 150-ish, something like that. And I love it. And it has two modes. It has the 13.8 volt fixed power, and it has variable power. If you want, you can have, I think it's from 9 to 15 volts if you switched the power supply into a different mode. And so right now it's 13.8. And you got two nice meters in front, one showing you the voltage and the other one is showing you the amps that you're actually using at any time. So it's pretty cool for that. So I just love them. They're great, great. Gamblerman, nice to have you here. Harold from Norway, LB1NH. Brian Leisner, for me, outdoors is almost mandatory. Yeah. I was noticing something this week when I did some of the videos in my kitchen, which was the place that I usually have good receive. I noticed that it ain't true anymore that much. I noticed a lot more noise in my kitchen when I was using the radios this week. So I don't know if it's my new neighbors, maybe my neighbors downstairs, or the next door neighbors, but I got more noise. Kevin, the Tropicana field is repaired in St. Pete. Going to see the Rays play the Yankees in April. Expensive, but about half of what I used to pay in the Bronx. I can bike to the Trop. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Take care, Craig Martinetti. Stay safe. Arizona Crafter's Kitchen. Popular Electronics did an annual Communications World that included White's Log, yep. Yeah, I remember that from the time. JJ Endo, what was wrong with the Intellitron back there? I bought one because it had the official SWL seal of approval. The what? What's wrong with the Intellitron? What's Intellitron? Jasmine, China makes the best stuff. I don't get their Chinese made thing. You know what? That comes more from the misunderstanding that if you buy something that's very cheap, very inexpensive, yeah, there's bad stuff, but it's not because it's made in China. It's because you're just purchasing something that's extremely inexpensive. So there's a limit there. Any country that makes something too cheap, it's going to be crap. And I guess a lot of what that Chinese made thing comes from the fact that for a long time we would buy the cheapest crap from China, and of course all of that did not last very long. But when you get to the higher end stuff, I mean, everything's great. WF7 Iombrew says, having a current limiter on a supply has definitely saved me a few times. Will only allow specified max current even with a short circuit. Yeah, but these power supplies have all of these integrated within them. The ham that has that electronics channel has shown all of the protections and how they apply, and he was one of those that was impressed with the build quality of these. Hey Kenneth, thanks for the donation that I received this week. KW1161 on PayPal, much appreciated. And hope you are well under the weather, LO. So hope that take it easy. Gunnar, thanks for the info, Jill. I'll look into power supplies. Yeah, they come into like they are different brands on Amazon, like 3 or 4 different names, but when you look at the power supply, it's exactly the same thing. It's the same power supply. It's just that I guess some companies want to put their own names on it. So 30 amp and 50 amp. It's something like Jess. What's the brand on this thing? It's Jess Verti, something like that. They're really good supplies. And not too expensive and not too heavy. And that's for me. That's everything's perfect. Brian Penny, nice to have you here. Another 18 inches to 24 inches of snow on the way for Sunday to Monday. So good thing I love winter. That's good, Brian. I know you love winter. You're like me. I love a good snowstorm. So it's your turn to do what I had to do last year. Last year at this time, we've had two big snowstorms that dropped like something like it was, I think, about 30 inches of snow in like 4 days. I had never seen that. It was crazy. It took, Montreal is very well equipped to go and take the snow off the streets after snowstorms. I think it's the first time in all of my life that I'd seen that they took almost 2 weeks to remove the snow on the street. Usually 3 days, 2 days, all the snow's gone. Last year, those two storms back to back took 2 weeks. It was crazy. I remember, funny little story here. I went to in my caregiving duties last year. The person I'm taking care of was at the rehab center to build back some of his muscles, and that night I went to karaoke right here, not far from here, and when I got out of the bar at 3 a.m., I was a little drunk, and I put my foot in one spot, and my foot just went through the snow, and I had snow up to my butt, and so the barman that was there looks at me and says, "Are you okay?" I said, "Oh, I'm okay. It's just that I'm actually thinking of how the hell am I going to get out of this snow right now?" Skidology, I actually got my knockoff MLA30 from the same seller as you. I think it was Musikin, except my amplifier box actually works, and it was on Amazon. Yeah, he had mixed reviews, and a lot of people seem to be happy with their MLA30. It's but you know what? That's why I'm kind of saying, well, you know what? Just get the Deshibo GA490. At least they all seem the same. There's not, you don't seem to have knockoffs or anything off of those. So okay, surgery, Kenneth. Well, take care. Take care. Free choose. The best of your show would be to move to a cabin. Oh yeah, for radio, definitely. In the middle of nowhere. Middle of nowhere. I have my little secluded island. That would be the best, absolutely. Chuck Schreiber, good afternoon. Nice to have you here. N5 KVO in South Texas. Yeah, in Japan, I remember you guys, and when Japan started doing its electronics back in like the 50s and so on, everybody was saying, "Oh man, Japan stuff is crappy," and I mean, if you look at how they became amazing over time, everybody would purchase Japanese stuff. KNLS interval signal. So this is KNLS, but they're not from Alaska. This signal on 11610 comes from Madagascar. And it will be probably in Mandarin Chinese or something. Yeah. Mandarin Chinese from Madagascar. So I haven't heard from them in direct from Alaska. Vatican Radio 11870. France on 11995. Hammered by the radars from northern parts of Canada. Spain is good on 12030. WWCR hasn't come back on 12160 yet. It seems that they're having issues. That's interesting. Definitely interesting. So yeah, Jasmine, when Japan started becoming a manufacturer of electronics after the Second World War, all that came out of there back in the day was the crappiest thing ever. Even Radio Shack was known to have a lot of crappy stuff at the beginning of the opening of the chain. And it's over time, things became better, and Japan became a hell of a good manufacturer. And, you know, everybody wanted to have a Sony. Everybody wanted to have anything, you know, Panasonic. Even still today, I purchase, you know, my microwaves of Panasonic. I don't want to have any other brands. These are the microwaves that lasted the longest in all of my life. Mine now is probably 10 years old, working great. You know, I had another brand of microwave at some point. Man, after a year, it was always crapped. And it's like, okay, no. Old radios like Texan and WT2 are made in China, and I don't think they are crap. No, they're great radios. Kevin, does Mr. Paul wreak havoc with your radios? What was cat proofing a thing, or is Mr. Paul just respectful of your things? Paul the Cat is irrespectful of everything. Paul the Cat is, I have nothing to do, nothing to say. Never does he do anything. When he was younger, when he would explore more, because now he's getting old and he's fat. And you would sometimes go up and you would see him, like, for example, going behind radios or behind desks and stuff and look at stuff, but always with a very, very careful. I've been amazed at how Paul the Cat was able to go through a maze of wires and things, and I think everything's going to break. Nope, nothing. He's not even pushed a little thing off the table. He's not the kind of cat that pushes stuff off the table at all. Paul the Cat has one mission in his life. It's obvious. All he wants is to be with me every second of the day. That's what he wants. That cat is like really, really, really in love with me. It's just nuts. So if I go somewhere, if I do something, he wants to come with me. He wants to do things all the time with me. And so I have to, you know, one thing I want to do is I really need to, like, clean up the mess here. And what I'd like to do and soon is have a chair next to me here, because I know that instead of sleeping in the bedroom, if he had a spot here next to me while I'm doing a live show, he would be here sleeping with me instead. I know he would do that. And when I leave for some of my caregiving stuff, you guys could have a view of Paul the Cat. DH1AO, anyone has been to Shenzhen, China? I was baffled every time. Their train stations would be a major airport here. Bert never thought of Japanese gear was crap, but I do remember middle-aged guys back in the 80s saying that a lot. I'm sure they weren't great in the 60s, but by the 80s they were excellent. Yeah, that's my take on it. Is what I heard from Japanese crap was mostly 50s and 60s electronics that were crap. But in the 80s, I mean, everybody wanted to buy a Sony Walkman. Everybody wanted to buy anything that came from Japan. You just wanted to buy. You knew it was going to be good. Oh, Intellitron. Okay, so they were selling one called Intellitron. JJ Endo. They're all the same. If they look exactly the same, have the exact same outputs, inputs, and stuff, they're all the same. Angela, is this today? Of course it's today. But what is today? It's Saturday. So it's 21 hours and 7 minutes UTC, or 4:07 p.m. Eastern Time. And I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Old radios, I'm having fun with WT2 Global Group and Google Translate. I need to check out all of that stuff. Jeff King, nice to have you on board from Jacksonville, Florida. Andy, nice to have you here from Prince Edward Island. Bought a PL330 because of your reviews. You're going to have a lot of fun with that. It's a great radio. Gunner, do you know if Canada has gotten rid of long-wave non-directional beacons? I know there is a minimal to listen to long wave in the Canadian Midwest, other than the beeping. But a while back, I noticed long wave is now dead. Most of them are gone. Actually, the list, and it's not even maybe accurate. William Hepburn, long wave non-directional beacons. List, I'm going to bring you that. William Hepburn is the guy on DX Info Center that has probably the most up-to-date list, but he warns that what's in here could already be decommissioned. So this is his list, updated February 2nd, 2026. Here in Montreal, so here's the list. Non-directional beacons on long wave. Here in Montreal, a year ago, I still could hear 2 or 3 non-directional beacons. My last scan came up empty. I heard 0 beacons from 200 to 450 kilohertz. Absolutely nothing. And I scanned real slow, scanned in upper sideband to try to, get the very faint signals. And I couldn't hear anything. So most of them are really probably decommissioned. All the ones around Montreal are all dead now. So this is a technology that's now moving off. Bill Penna, could you tell me what digital mode is I hear on 40 meter band around 7100 to 7105? It sounds like short beeps and different tones. Yeah, I'm not sure. It is an amateur radio mode for sure because it's the amateur radio band. But I need to see that a little more closer because I'm not sure what it is. Also, I was looking this week. People that hate FT8 and people that love FT8. Of course, we know that there's FT4. Well, we have FT2 now being actually tested. You can join the testing gang if you want. So FT2, of course, is even quicker than FT4, and it's eventually going to be something that we'll hear on the bands. We'll have FT2, which is a new weak signal mode for amateur radio. So what else do we have? Chicopee Radio. Okay, Toast and Loaf. I was wondering about that on 40 meters too. It sounds organic almost. Yeah, it's some new amateur radio mode. I'd have to. I did hear it. I know what you're talking about. I'll have to look into that a little more. Old radios. I think half of it is xenophobia from World War II, maybe. You know, everything's possible. I mean, with what happened with Japan in World War II, there could have been a sense of, you know, hate that, you know, it takes time with all that happened to move on, you know. I could understand that. It is possible, but it is, you know, I see it personally as like any country that starts new technologies, it's a learning curve. They started doing stuff. They weren't really good at it. But as time went by, they learned and they became really good at it. So, you know. Intellectual cascade. Let's have you here. Like I recall reading that NDBs are mostly gone in Canada. Yep, here in Canada, I don't hear anything. If they're still on, man, I don't know. I'll have to check one night if I can find a quiet spot to slowly tune around. Maybe with the Texan S2200X, its rotatable antenna could help me maybe get something. But man. So, Mike B, 11870, no joy. 12160, no joy. Well, 12150 is out of the air. Doesn't know if here's 11870. On radios, loves vintage Japanese transistor radios. The H1AO, made in Germany, was a warning sign back then. You know, it's a question of... And yet, you know, same for Germany with like World War II. I mean, then, you know, you had these great radios from Grundig and all of that, and everybody started going nuts, saying, "Wow, Germans' radios and Germans' technologies are great." It's probably a learning curve. It's, you know, you started out, wasn't that great, but you got good at it at some point. Gunner, do you know if Texan or St. Jean sells a time machine? I would like to return and listen live to the plethora of content we had back then, and that I didn't appreciate while we had it. You know, I say it all the time. I was a young teenager, and teenagers are usually not necessarily the ones that are the most attentive, the most, you know, I didn't understand what I had in front of me. And I got to say, if anybody had a time machine that I could go back in time, I would love to do that. I would love to go to different eras, you know, like go into, like, I would like to go to, like, during World War II, for example. What would my radio, what would an SDR see in World War II in terms of communications? And I can just imagine the amazing amount of, you know, coded messages being sent out and all sorts of things. But like every decade from, like, you know, the early days of radios, you know, go there the day that, you know, Marconi did his first test transmission, transatlantic transmission. Bring an SDR with you and set it up. And it's like, can we get that? You know? Old radios, there was the cheap crap, but there was Sony and Matsushita. Yep. Absolutely. Matsushita is what is Panasonic. Blogadai, I went to the store to buy a microwave oven on sale. The salesman says the one I wanted was a shortwave oven, unlike the more expensive long life oven. I walked out. Oh, good. Some cats can be a lot more destructive. Oh, definitely. I know. One of my friends has a cat. He's a young cat, but oh god, it's like that. If that cat here, I would go nuts. Chicopee Radio. I have cats that if I have my radio out, my cat would come up to me and be with me all the time. ZY3WR, nice to have you here. Something strange on 5940. I don't know what station is that because audio is very low. So at 21, let's check out the schedules here. 5940 at this time. What would that be? What would that be? Oh, you might have a station from Holland. From where you are, I would think that you have maybe a station from Holland, which is Radio Europe 2 from the Netherlands. It's for Western Europe. So that, I wouldn't be surprised. That could be what you're hearing. The other one that's there right now is Radio Voz Missionaria from Brazil. That's one's kind of far away from you, so I would say that you're probably hearing the Netherlands station, your Radio Europe 2. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Polcam, Tosanov. Yeah, that would be another one. A Polcam. I would like to see. Put a little cam on Paul and see where he goes and what he does when he goes outside and goes to see the neighbors. I've always wanted that. Rex, nice to have you on board. Permission to come on board, Captain. Absolutely. Nice to have you here. KC5AGO from Central Texas. Skidology. I'm actually planning on getting the GA490 from AliExpress in April. And I like that it actually comes with everything you need. Yeah, that's the fun part. That's why I kind of shifted to why not buy that GA490? Because it comes even with the PVC pipes that you can actually set it up. You have everything. You have the metal clamps and you have the different connectors for any type of radio. Plus, it's kind of cool to have a battery in the BIOS T box. Power goes out, your antenna still works. So this is kind of cool. You don't have to, of course, an MLE30 could be powered by a battery pack, but the fact that it's all included, and you know what, I'm starting to have a preference for that. Plus, it's a wideband antenna. So if you want to use it for VHF, it will work. Contrary to the MLA30 that above 30 megahertz. Actually, the MLA30 I've noticed starting at 20 megahertz, the performance degrades very rapidly. When you get to the CB band and to the 10 meter band, the MLA30 is actually not that great. And the GA490 is better because it's wideband, so it kind of seems better. So yeah, Skidology with the battery. Yeah, absolutely. Brian Leisner is weighing batteries. That's very geeky, by the way, Brian. Look at that, he's got a QSL from Iran before the revolution. I've got 2 or 3 QSLs from Iran from the 80s. Older is, I think it's because people are stuck in the early 2000s when it comes to certain Chinese product. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, I still remember the first time, before 2000, we really didn't talk a lot about, we didn't talk about Chinese radios before 2000. It's really, I guess, my first encounter with what China was capable of in radio is a long time ago when I got my PL600. I was on eBay back in the day, and I remember seeing a Texan PL600, long wave, medium wave, shortwave, FM, portable with single sideband. And what I couldn't believe is that at that point, until that point, a portable that had all of that with digital display, it was essentially, $150 to $200 radio in the late 90s. And I still remember going on eBay, seeing that. I thought it looked cool. It looked nice. And it was 79 Canadian dollars. And I was like, $80? And I had to order one. I remember, and back in that time, it was fun because the Canadian dollar was at par with the US dollar. So 80 US was 80 Canadian. And that was cool. So I thought $80, I got nothing to lose. And actually, a friend of mine that, one of my best friends, I was talking to him about it, and he saw it too. And it was like, he ordered one also. And we got it a few days apart. And I was somewhat impressed. I was like, wow, for $80, I mean, it has its shortcomings. The PL600 has one of its biggest problems, and there is a mod to fix that. But one of its biggest problems is the harsh audio coming out of that speaker, which is a little rough. And if you're close to AM or FM transmitters like here in Montreal, sometimes have a little bit of kind of feedback in the background. You can see that the circuit has a hard time coping. But yet I wasn't too hard on it because I was like, well, for $80, what could I expect? And that was one of my first times, with the Texan brand, learning about Texan and radios. Arthur's Out of Crafter's Kitchen, stereo receiver wars of the 70s really got Japanese manufacturing going, as did the Sony Trinitron TV. Yep. Marvin Motz, nice to have you on board from the Japan Islands. Yeah, I use batteries all the time. Close enough. That is the reason I use batteries all the time. I rarely plug in a radio. Very, very, very rarely plug in a radio because most of the time it just induces more noise into it. So everything I have, that's why I have tons and tons of rechargeables, and that's why I love to have my lithium rechargeables now. So it's everything works off of batteries here. I like that. You got Iran at 5940, so that must be must be a new frequency they're using. ZY3WR. Stealing, and if it has bad audio, Iran does have bad audio, so you might be right in that being Iran. It could be in Farsi, maybe. Steelik, good to see you again. Nice to have you here. WF7i Homebrew, nice. I'll be checking out FT2. Yep, it's an experiment right now. So if you want to try it, you have to register for the experiment and have to download the software. Amateur Radio FT2. So here, fastest digital mode ever created. So here's a website, 3.8 second cycles. 4 times faster than FT8. Complete QSO in 11 seconds. This is nuts. This is nuts. So if you want to check it out, I think you have to join WhatsApp to have it. It's like a exclusive little club of FT2 guys. Anyways, you can try it out here. Check that out. I love it when it comes mainstream. VT Radio, Olivia. Yeah, it's possible that it's Olivia. It's possible because Olivia does have like tones, like 2 tones, beep beep, and then you have the main sequence. So it could be Olivia. Definitely. Let me check something here about, let's go to 14.1. Like here at 102, there's something weird. I don't know what it is. You know what? I'm thinking about something. I haven't heard the main beacons on 14.1 in a long time. The what is it? The NARU beacons? NARU beacons kind of stuff. Let's check it out here. Yeah, NCDX. Oh yeah, here you go. Amateur Radio Union. Beacons of the Amateur Radio Union. And here's a page. And these are the beacons that are live right now. And they broadcast like 10 seconds at a time. The full schedule is there. If you want to see who's active or not. This is kind of cool. So 14.100, 18.110, 21.150, 24.930, and 28.200 are the frequencies. So here's the beacon list. And these are kind of fun to monitor. Gives you an idea of how good propagation is, actually, from where you are. Chicopee Radio says there's 2 near me, Chatham, Maine, and Provincetown, Massachusetts. Not Maine, sorry. Chatham, Massachusetts, and Provincetown, Massachusetts. 000, nice to have you here. KD2ANN, New Jersey. Had to get in my afternoon nap. Pretty cool. I'm waiting for a good old-fashioned blizzard. DH1AO, it's sad that they even shut down CW for ships. Yep. Knowles, have you tried the AN200 loop on the Yaesu? Man, it works so nice. I've never tried it on the Yaesu. And that's something that I should definitely try. And it must work nice actually on the DX10. Lester Polyester, nice to have you here from Knoxville, Tennessee. FreeDV is a digital voice mode that is gaining popularity on amateur radio. The unprocessed analog signal sounds like low swooshing. Maybe that what SSB was to AM. Yeah, I should check that out. Digital voice stuff too. I heard of that. Free to Choose, World War II probably sounded like the Festival of Number Stations, yeah. Thank you, Kevin, for the Paul's Lounge. On long wave, I frequently get stations with dead silence. It is a broadcast or just a common anomaly. Airports closed. Huh. It could be just some kind of birdie that you're getting. It's interesting. So thanks for the donation, Kevin. Brian Leesner, in World War II, the U.S. used to use Native Americans as code talkers, Navajo language. Bobby Tino, nice to have you here. I have an Ethon 750. The tuner is shot. The radio has been nothing but trouble since I got it. So I said the hell with it. Bought a Texan S22, the Texan S2000, and I'm enjoying it. S2000? Because it's the same radio, eh? Do you mean the S2200? David's radio room. I know they make dog cams, but would be nice to have a cat cam. Yeah, you know, dogs are bigger. If you have a big dog, it's easier to have a cam on him. A cat is smaller, so. But I'm sure there must be something. Brian Leesner, yes, it's nice to have the PVC fittings shipped. Yep. I like the Geo 450 is, I think, my new favorite now. Because it has everything. You know? No. If you're to buy MLA 30 and then figure out, oh, how do I equip my MLA 30 with my radio? What do I need as a cable? And, well, you know what? The GA490 is great because it just has all that you need. You don't need any extras at all. Jim Gordon, for old guys like me, Sony is special. Their early portable TVs, transistors, radios, and their legendary Trinitron TV. Yeah, I had for a long time, I had a big screen projecting TV from Sony. The one that had that, you know, that like, it was like a screen, and the back on the board you had these three big projectors that would focus in and make an image. It was just amazing. That thing was from the 80s, and when it broke down, it was so heavy, and I'm not lying, guys, I was alone to take it out. I actually started dismantling part by part and taking everything out of it part by part because it was just too heavy. And one of the heaviest part of it, they made a frame out of wood that would hold everything in the bottom. That was crazy heavy. I took the saw and just cut it in parts. I still remember. Look at that, this otherwise awful portable SDR I got as one special feature, a 5-volt output jack so I can power the ML830. That's nice. You can use it to power the antenna. But the emergency radios would do that, definitely. I never even thought about it, but yeah, they would. Oh, I just heard one of the... Jim Gordon, I used to calibrate the frequency on my old ex-government shortwave communication set via a Iranian station on 15084. Yeah, that was the voice of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I remember that frequency. That was one of those odd frequencies. They were also on 9022. Those were some of the stations that were like such odd frequencies. Brian Leesner, and yes, I once scoffed at the thought of buying Texan St. Jean all the way. Boy, was I wrong. Yeah, the fact that it's very quick is good for meteor scatter and stuff like that. Could be good. Joseph, what's the most reliable rechargeable these days? I got some Panasonic that were pretty impressive, but I'm down to try others if recommended. Buy the lithium, like I talked about, the Dracutum lithium and charger that I was talking about. This is kind of the modern technology now of rechargeable batteries. Lithium batteries, 1.5 volts, and they are great. And this, no memory effect, no nothing, and they are just amazing batteries. That's where I would go today, honestly. I don't think I will ever buy any NIMH batteries anymore, nickel metal hydride. What else do we have? So the Y3, it's actually it's the 14100 is the I posted the link. It's Morse code beacons from around the world, and if you look at it, there's a map showing you where they are. They each transmit at 10-second intervals. They transmit with 10 watts, 1 watt, 100 milliwatt with their ID. So they do their ID in Morse code, then they have tone, tone, tone. And then they move on. The cycle goes through. So like right now, Israel 4X6TU would be the one. And on 14100. So I'm not hearing anything. I did hear something earlier. Now it's OH2B from Finland. So if you hear Morse code, you know that it's that. So you got to follow with the list that's on the website I just shared. Here we go. I just heard Madeira CS3B. That one was coming in really well right now, 14100. Now it's Argentina, LU4AA. I'm not hearing it. And so on. So depending on what frequency you're... Peru, OA4B. Not hearing it. Venezuela. Not hearing it. Let's try, I'm going to go higher up. I'm going to go to 28,200. See if 10 meters open on some of those. I'm going to put the DNR level higher. We'll see if we hear anything. So on 28,200, Argentina right now. Peru, and so on. It's these are beacons, and they're in Morse code, and they constantly cycle. If you don't have CW, you have to like go to 14099 upper sideband. There is a contest this weekend, CW contest, so there could be some overlapping of some Morse code from the contest. Stephen Wright, what do you think about the R-Sync 480 WLA portable shortwave radio active loop? Yeah, it's like the K480 WLA. It's okay. The only thing you gotta know is that if you live in a area where there's a lot of FM stations, the antenna might overload. But if you open the cover, there's a switch to turn off the high frequency part so that it works fine on shortwave. Brian Leesner can't confirm the rumor that Amazon Basics and IMH batteries are rebadged Panasonics, but it is a rumor. It's totally, we don't know, but it's possible. TV Ostrowski, nice to have you on board from Medicine Hat, Alberta, Canada. Bobby Tino, yeah, the S2200X is amazing radio. It is so much better than S2000 or Ethon 750. You're going to have a lot of fun with that. I love mine. Brian Leesner, my first MLA30, I went to Home Depot for pipe, and most of my tools are electronic grade. That was a struggle. Old radios. People still love the Sony Wiga flat tube TV from 2002. Any recommendations for a good loop? Intellectual Cascade. Any recommendations for a good loop for apartment? Good for rejection noise. Your best bet. I used to have a Wellbrook, but lost it in my move. Your best bet is a, like I was saying, the magnetic loop, the Shibo GA490 will be pretty much as good as the Wellbrook. Almost as good. Maybe not, Wellbrook has advantages probably. I think it has a bigger loop, so it could be better in medium wave, long wave. But for, not too expensive, that is great. I think that would work great for you. JDA Dakota, very late today, signing in from Winsville on a cool day, about 40 degrees, 4.4 Celsius. So nice to have you on board, my friend. You're told you're spending too much time here. It's my fault. John Beckham, nice to have you on board. Brian Leisner says, where I use those AA Dracutums, yes, excellent results. They're great batteries. There's the, you can buy just the batteries, but if you don't have the charger, there's a kit that you have 8 batteries, and you got the charger that you can charge them in. And so that's what I purchased. And I was lucky because there was a, in my case, the link that I had, there was like a 2-day sale that if you purchased the charger with 8 batteries, there was a little check mark that you put in there, free. I had 8 batteries free of charge. Oh no, $5. Add $5 and you got 8 other batteries. I was lucky with that. Tosanov, I wonder they don't have the beacons. No, the beacons only start at 20 meters, 14,100 and up. There are no, and these beacons are not on 40 meters and below. Jim Garden, Texans can be good, particularly models like the PL880. However, you have to watch their quality control. I had 3 PL310 ET before I got one that worked properly. I suspect that maybe it's not them. I suspect that, and I think that's the biggest problem, when some manufacturers, where did you get your PL310 from? Did you buy it from did you buy it from a non-co direct, Jim? Just out of curiosity. Because I suspect that some websites, when the radio comes back defective, they don't return it. They just try to sell it to somebody else. And that's why I buy from a non-co. My Texan radios from a non-co only. Joseph, better air band. Joseph says external antenna gets all bands. Otherwise amazing. No, it's NIMH, nickel metal hydrides, which are the standard rechargeables that are today, pretty much. NIMH. Knowles is waiting for this Malahite M-Lite 880. Seems to be interesting, a very interesting device. Textural Cascade, thank you so much. I'll go take a look. Appreciate you. I bought mine on Amazon, and it's outside right now and working well. Blogger, I tested the Jacketum versus Analoop. Informally and heavy electric screwdriver, the Analoop were harder to install. The Jacketum had a published peak current of 3 amps versus reported 8 to 10 on Analoop. You know, their technology is different. The Analoops that you have are standard NIMH, I would think. I know that in heavy battery usage, lithium-ion batteries are not what you want necessarily, depending on what you do. The NIMH might actually be better on heavy current draw. That's possible. So, but the Analoops are NIMH, or are they lithium? Blogger, just out of curiosity. Sheila, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario. Yeah, Anonco does have a presence on eBay too. Jim, I did not buy it. 310 from Anonco. I did not know of them at the time. I have used them since on your recommendation. Yeah, that's because I suspect some of these websites, you know, like you return something that doesn't work and they sell it to somebody else. That's the problem with these websites. And, you know, I suspect that some of them are a little shady. So if if they had one or two, or sometimes maybe the radio was not defective, but, you know, the person who owned it broke it for some reason and returned it. And then you get stuck with that crap. So, you know, I'm wondering, is it quality control or shady websites selling whatever? And, you know, because everything I got, I have a lot of Texan radios here, and all of them were okay. The only one that I had a problem was the encoder of my PL680 jammed, but by applying a little bit of lubricant, I was able. It's a little stiff, but it's okay now. Yeah, there's, you know, and, you know, we got to think that anything we buy, sometimes it could be I'm mad right now. I'm mad. Fred Waterer, shady websites on the internet? You want to hear of a shady website? If you guys ever have to repair one of your appliances and you're in Canada, do not buy anything from Canada. It's partscanada.com or something. That is a crappy experience. My dishwasher broke down, and when I looked on internet, on YouTube, I learned that I could fix it myself pretty easily, as long as I can find a part. So I ordered the part from Parts Canada. Crappy experience. Parts Canada, crappy experience. Go F yourself, Parts Canada. So I ordered from there. It said it was in stock. An hour after I ordered, and of course they took my $200 payment. Oh, we're sorry, we don't have that part in stock. It said in stock on your freaking website. Come on. So, we can order it direct from the manufacturer. It's going to take 6 weeks. I ain't waiting 6 weeks for my dishwasher to come back to life. If I have to wait 6 weeks, I'm going to buy a new dishwasher. So, I told the guy, look, I want a refund, like, just cancel the order. So they canceled. I thought everything would be simple. Nope. It's now been 2.5 weeks. I still don't have my freaking $200 back. I wrote to them 3 times. Oh, we're so sorry. No, that looks more like a scam than anything else. The first reply was, oh, it's 9 to 14 days for a refund. First of all, why? It shouldn't. It should be now. Then the second one was, oh, well, I'm sorry, we're going to look into it. And the last one that I got was like, we're going to, go F yourself. So do not, in Canada, order any appliance parts from partscanada.com. So what I ended up doing is going on Amazon with my the part number, and I put the part number in Amazon search to see what it would tell me. And poof, it said, oh, yeah, we got it here. There's 8 in stock. And it was even $40 less. So I was like, okay, lesson learned. If they got it on Amazon, I'm going to use Amazon. And I'm not going to any other websites. So partscanada.com, go F yourself. Do not buy anything there if you need parts for any appliances. So, what else? Let's go here. 09 Keller, what is your feeling of the Texan S2200X radio on an Onco website? I got one and I love it. I really, really, really love it. Brian Leisner says, and I'll say it one more time, if you have a warranty issue with Texan, Anna will take really good care of you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, there's some interesting digital mode on 28200 right now. Blogger, my problem with Amazon is that people return things that are in perfect conditions. Yep, absolutely. I'm sure. It's like everywhere. People don't understand what things are all about, and they're like, oh, it doesn't work. No, you're too stupid to use it. That's different. Skidology, I'm not getting any of the beacons on 14100. Not even the New York one I'm getting. So yeah, I got one. I got the one from Madeira, but I didn't have a lot of them. It all depends on propagation. So when you try at different times, you'll see that propagation changes, and some of them, you don't hear all of them all at the same time. It doesn't work like that. And talking of something coming up right now, first of all, I want to try 11885. It's interesting, Vietnam this week is not very strong on 885. So 6 minutes, the first of a series of Russian spy number stations in Morse code. 6982 6982. CW. Let's see if we hear that. 6982 CW, 6981 upper sideband if you don't have CW. Check it out. I've just put it on the ICOM, which is the most likely radio to receive it. Knowles 87, I know that feeling. Had the same with the DSP2. The noise reduction is unreal. How is it working on AM stations? One thing I've noticed with noise reduction on these devices, it's okay with AM mode stations, but it really is better on single sideband and stuff like that. But if you use it a lot, if you use your radio a lot, you'll notice, and I got the DSP, the original DSP, I've got noise reduction here, digital noise reduction, Yaesu. Listen to it all the time. I'm not that impressed. Be careful, and the first thing that you might listen to is like, oh, this is so cool, but it adds echo, it adds artifacts. It's okay. I wish it would be better than that. personally. And this is where, an AI radio, I think, would be capable of doing it better. ZY3R, I have Texan 990. The only issue is the sync mod, which is not really an issue for me. So, but you use it, ZY3, on AM broadcasts, on shortwave. You know how to use it. That's the important thing. Synchronous detection works on international broadcasts or AM stations on medium wave only. Nothing else. It is not made for anything else than a station that's on an AM mode station. Tivosorski, looks like you picked up RHC in English lately. I'm surprised that they have the power to transmit in light of the oil power crisis. Do you think it's a case of appealing to the world? They're doing their best. It's kind of complicated. I think they're trying to have their what maybe is important to them, to try to have their voice on the air. They were talking a lot about all of what's happening when I heard them. Unfortunately, it lasted 20 minutes and was like, okay, now they're back with just a carrier. Like now, they 880. They're not on right now. They're not even on. They should be on at this time, I believe. And they're not on right now. Jim Gordon, Texan PL660, a remarkable value for money considering it's a good synchronous detection circuit. Yep. Blagada dishwasher company wanted a replacement tray that costs as much as a new dishwasher. Yeah, that is also a very big problem sometimes, is that the price of a replacement is expensive. I was lucky, like my fridge is I had a problem with the bottom part wasn't cold, but the freezer was like at 32 Fahrenheit, and I was like, okay, what's wrong? And when I played with the thermostat, I hear the click that would start the fan that's supposed to push the air everywhere, but I only heard the click. I never heard the fan, so I was like, oh, the fan's dead. And so and once again, YouTube. A guy on YouTube had the same model and showed you how to open everything where the hidden screws are. Cost me like $40 for a fan, and that's it. I mean, that's worth it. But yeah, some of the parts, they're in like, you just buy a new one. I had called a repair guy. In my fridge, I had a big rebate on one of the companies, one of the stores. I had like a $300 rebate that was waiting there for something, and I thought, okay, I'm gonna buy a new fridge, And so the fridge was $800, came to $500 with that rebate. So the guy calls me up and says, well, I can fix it for $450. I told him, I said, look, man, I paid $500. At $450, I'm buying a new fridge. I'm not paying to repair it. I understand that it costs a lot. You're running a business and everything. But look, I gotta tell you, man, it's just like, okay, no, I'm buying a new fridge. That's all. I'm hearing it. 6982, it's very weak, but it's there. I'm hearing it. 6982, first of the Morse code. This one was one I almost never hear, so propagation is good tonight. I think we're going to have him. So, Brian Leesner, yeah, that was my Banggood experience. Take the money and, oh, sorry, we're out of stock. Artist Alley Crafter's Kitchen Jelly experience is why I always take a screenshot of an advertised item before placing an order. Still disturbing distrusting of online retailers. Yeah. KD9WNV, nice to have you on board from Wisconsin. Skidology, I always pick up Radio New Zealand on 13755 around 700 UTC. I even went outside with my ATS medium telescopic while it was lightly snowing and was able to pick it up quite well. Yeah, 13755 is usually, at that time, is often a very, very good, frequency. Brian Leesner, Anonco actually has out-of-stock banners. Yeah. Lesler Polyester. Madagascar strong at 11610. Lagardai's got a unmodulated carry on 6982. Toslov, did you ever have any luck with CW recordings with the AI Morse decoding? I would need to create an account for ChatGPT and pay for, like, you know, a month of service to try it out really fully. ChatGPT seems to be the only one that could do it, but I need to pay for a subscription. Brian Leesner, Synchronous AM works well on M-Lite 880. Tosanov, I don't hear a carry on 692. RJ Dakota, tried to replace 2 parts on my washing machine. The parts were more expensive than buying a new machine. Yeah, and that's usually what happens. That's why you usually, like, just go and say, well, you know what, the hell with it. Skidology, 692 as well, pretty weak. David Ward, 692, barely audible. Tosanov started really on a compressor. T. Ostrowski, I've had issues with vendors promising refunds that had no intention of doing so. I contact the credit card Visa and they get action quickly. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call my my credit card company, and I'm going to ask them if they can refund that that money. I mean, it's $196. It's not like it's, you know, if it's $25, you're like, yeah, go, you know. But the $196, I wanted my money back. It's a radio, man. Curly, the unacceptable. Nice to have you here. 6982. Morse got it in the UK. Yeah, you guys in Europe, you should have it pretty good, because that is aimed at Europe. Steve Burnham, afternoon, everyone from Central Pennsylvania. Ray Gilchrist says S9 in Northwest UK, 6981, 0.4 upper sideband at 25 words per minute. Cool, that's good. So we're having that Morse code ID here, and that's nice. In 16 minutes is going to be on 7593, and 16 minutes. So this is going to be something to check out. Anything else? Let's check the schedules. Just want to see if it's out there. Propagation is pretty good. I guess what's maybe just making some of the stations not as strong, like Vietnam, could be the fact that the solar flux isn't very high. Brazil's good on 780. There's something on 115750.4. Something's off frequency on 11750 and doesn't show here on the but it's there. It's interesting. Just for the rest, 750 this time. is China National Radio 1.
Non,
11975 is China Radio International from the Mali transmitter site in Africa. Skidology here is 6982 as well, pretty weak. David Ward, Texas, barely audible. Still there, I hear it. Still there. Curly, the Unacceptable, 692. Morris got it in short in the UK. Steve Burnham, nice to have you on board from Pennsylvania. DH1AO, 6982. RS9 in Germany. David Ward, 11610, very strong in Texas. SWL Signal, 6982, very weak in Florida. Free to choose, 6982 coming in well here. Galba, yes, got in Northern Ireland. Brian Leisner, 6982, not lucky today. Jim Gordon has a Guinness. It's a gentle stout for this time of night. Cool. ZY3WR, there's something off frequency on 6046. It's not always on, and it's in French. No idea what it is. So I wonder if EIBI Space has any info on 60456. Nothing is listed, so I don't know what that could be there. Nothing is listed here. Brian Leeser's got 11975. Dean Bianco, 6982 fair, quite readable. VT Radio, 6982, coming into Vermont S7. DH1AO, 11975, extremely strong. S9 plus 40. That comes from Mali, is China Radio French service in Mali. Tony Mannion, greetings. Nice to have you on board from the south coast of Ireland. Nice to have you here. Jose G says CW. Yeah, there's a lot of that in the amateur bands. It's a CW contest on the amateur bands right now this weekend. Joseph, I have China Radio International on 11750. VT Radio 11975, S9 plus 25. David Ward 11975 strong with some fading. So that's pretty cool. So guys, I'm going to do a little something. I'm going to go check on my caregiving duties, and I need to refill on my beer. So I'll be back as fast as possible to hear 7593 CW. So 7593 CW soon in 11 minutes. And I'll leave you with China in French. So back in a few minutes, guys.
La relation est dirigée de manière à la stratégie. Voilà. Et avant que le statut de soutien les pays qui vont à la préparation, l'ambassadeur de la Chine auprès de tous ces pays ont été reçus par les chefs d'État de ces pays. C'est pour vous expliquer quelque part de tout ce qui va venir dans le plan d'action et l'organisation de tous les partis de l'action que le président a fait. Vous avez expliqué avant que nous soyons ce que concrètement, il a reçu pour que nous chefs d'État. Ce qui était arrivé les jours d'avant, le lien par exemple le président de la République pour le ministère il a été reçu par le Sénégal, par le président et avant d'arriver, c'est dans quelques semaines, l'ambassadeur a été reçu aussi par le président. C'est quand même cette déclaration sur base des réseaux complets. Et je pense que ça ne va pas arriver dans les profondeurs de ce problème.
Oui, on va la réagir. Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Et je suis très contente de votre ici pour discuter comme ça avec vous. Mais voilà, c'est la fin de notre programme. J'avais parti jusqu'à la fin justement de ce programme. On a fait toute l'équipe derrière. Voilà, c'est une équipe incroyable de tout ça, magnifique de nous et qui nous permet justement d'avoir un très bon retour et faire un message et un très bon son. Merci encore, merci à vous, merci de l'invitation. Alors, à la prochaine. Au revoir. C'est bon, je vais dire adieu. On va une pause avec une mélodie.
Alright, of course there had to be some music, which I'll have to edit as to not get a copyright strike. So 5 minutes for 7593, and it's going to be interesting to check out. Sean Bond, nice to have you here from Western Canada. ZY3WR's 11975 a week. My beer, Jim, is a Labatt Blue Dry. Yeah, all the bands, all the amateur bands, Tosanov, bottom part is full of CW. It's an amateur radio contest in Morse code. H1AO, 10 meters, quite good propagation this night. Tony Bangye, 11975, coming up well here on the Bulotti S25 Ultra to attach to a Walbrook loop. Pocket Eyes, 11975 week. Curly unacceptable, 11975, making it to Southwest UK. Weak signal, but it's there. Pretty cool. So it's nice to have all of you hearing all of these signals. It's pretty nice. So 3 minutes towards the M127593. Once again, apply the rule that if you don't have CW, 7592 upper sideband. We'll try it here on 7593, just out of curiosity. Even though my noise floor here is terrible. And this is and I will not show you what I'm going to see now because that's, but I might have a little surprise for you guys. But right now Paul is in his litter box. I don't think that's the appropriate camera view. Take care, Bert. WF7I Homebrew. Nice to have you here. And this is the last time I learned about using a ChatGPT for the hobby. Tonight, FT2. Yep. Cool. And Tony Maggie, I hope you got a donation pizza fund during the week. Yes, I did. Definitely. Thanks so much for the donation. And you guys, if you want to help out, let's see here if I can have Mr. Paul come over, say hello. Mr. Paul saying hi to everybody. So Paul saying hello in this shortwave radio evening. It's nice to have you here. So I hope you enjoyed this little quick view of Mr. Paul the Cat. Mr. Paul the Cat. Just looking at me right now, wondering what's happening. And I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it on both radios, roughly equally in the noise. The ICOM on the GA490 loop, and hearing it on the Yaesu FT450 with the half-wave end-fed antenna. Won't be long. I'm just going to do a little something. So, there we are back. And so hearing 7593 on both radios. Tonight showing that propagation is better than last week. So everybody's saying hi to Paul Dinmianco. Currently, the latest propagation report. WWV, the A index says below 5. No space weather storms. Yeah, the K index was almost 0, which is really good. I mean, when the K index is at 1 or smaller than that, you know propagation is going to be real good. Because that is the K index is what is the immediate influence. The A index kind of is of an average of the last 24 hours, but still at 5 means in the last 24 hours were pretty quiet, pretty good. So it's coming in. The M12 Russian Morse code number station. So I'm surprised you're not hearing it in Germany, Dax Far, DH180, sorry. I'm really surprised you're not hearing it in Germany. This is really broadcast to Europe. Flying Hamster, nice to have you here. Thank you. Paul the Cat. David Ward hearing CW on 7592 upper sideband. Brian Leisner hearing 7593. Scatology, I'm hearing a faint bit of CW on 7592 upper sideband. That's a little less faint on... but it shouldn't be on... Yeah, but it's not on 6891 anymore. You shouldn't be hearing both. Blagadai, barely 7593, maybe-ish. Each one else, and find that thing. PVM, nice to have you on board. Ray says weak, 7593 CW. Tony Mania hearing 7593 coming in well here. Kevin receiving 5850. Radio Slovakia on 5850 WRMI. Let the good times roll. Cool. Cool. You have such a hard time hearing anything coming off of WRMI. Nice to have at least that coming in. Don't forget, guys, if you enjoy the live show, if you enjoy what we do tonight, tuning to bands and just having fun, seeing Paul the Cat, Super Chat, you can give a little something. It helps tremendously. You have no idea, guys, how it helps. And, of course, there's the... tonight is the Chinese food and cat treats via PayPal. So if you want to give out a little something to help out, any amount helps. And like I said, you have no idea how you guys have come through and helped out in the last months, and allowing me to continue this and have fun with you guys. Thanks so much for your donations. Okay, what do we have? Scatology, I know it's not there anymore, but oh, okay, you're saying that it's less than it was before. Okay, so Scatology. I thought you were saying we were hearing about. I was kind of perplexed. But yeah, it's possible depending on where you are. Some frequencies are better. Here, the next frequency is going to be in case of traffic 8187. Technically, here it's always the same pattern. As we go higher, it's better. So 8187 in 15 minutes should actually be better than what I'm hearing now. So if all goes well. This is the M12 spy number station, and it's broadcasting out of St. Petersburg, Russia, sending coded Morse code messages. So it's out of St. Petersburg, Russia. It's their they have different styles of number stations, and they have a series called M12, which is the Morse code, the CW version for the number stations. Oh, sushi. That's a good idea also, Blagadai. could also have sushi, which is the same price anyways. Yeah, we're gonna check that out for sure. That could be interesting. Sushi. You're giving me an idea now. Had sushi a few weeks ago, but that's always good. It's always good. Let's check the email. I haven't checked the email to see if anybody's in. And also at the same time, I'll see if donations came through to say hello to everybody. So let's check this out. So Brian Leisner, thank you so much for the donation. Kevin Davidson, Blogger Die, thank you for the donation. Tony, thank you for the donation this week. Rex, thank you for the donation that I got this week. Much appreciated. So it's nice to have those donations. They tremendously helps, and this is something that definitely helps me continue in these times of crappy monetization on YouTube. So thanks for supporting me. It's much appreciated, guys. David Ward, thank you so much for the donation through the super chat. Much appreciated. No, Blogger Die, because I wanted to do one, but then I realized that there's the CIDX Zoom tomorrow. So I told Sheldon that, well, do the CIDX Zoom, and I'll do the Shortwave channel Zoom next month, because it was kind of, okay. Yeah, I know, Jasmine. I really gotta do the Twitch thing also. I promise this week I'm gonna check it out. I do have a Twitch account anyways. I'm not sure I remember the password, but that doesn't matter. London 19657. Nice to have you here, and happy Chinese New Year, absolutely. We need to be able to spend out Bezos bucks on you, Jasmine. Yeah. Promise, I'll check it out this week. Hey, Craig Martinetti is back. That's interesting. I don't have any seasons for sushi. It's not associated with, summer, winter, or anything. It depends, maybe the way that like the first time you got sushi or when you had sushi. Maybe it was always like in the summertime, so for you it's like it's associated with, There are foods that I associate with, winter and summer. There are things that I do, like I like pea soup, and I do a amazing pot of pea soup in a crock pot. But pea soup, winter. You don't do pea soup in July. It's like, no. Pea soup in this time, it's all right. If it's cold, snowy, pea soup. Things like that. Tori, nice to have you here. Doug Noble, nice to have you here. Was listening to 181.82 upper sideband the other day, and a ham operator was transmitting with a very strong signal from the location. He gave about 12 miles from DC. Must live very close to me. It's possible. All right, Paul. Have a good dinner. Let's get all the G's. So 8186 upper siren. Exactly. Oh, really? Anyone with Amazon Prime can give you $5 a month for free. Really? Oh, I don't know that. So that means you can do a donation, and it just doesn't cost you anything. That's even better. Donations that cost you nothing. That's great. And in 19657, sushi is unseasonal. No, sushi is not deep frozen. Tosanov. You know, everything, it depends on when we had it and when we, you know. So it's called Prime Sub. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I had no idea. So basically, it's Amazon money. Or, yeah. Apparently, I'm a sashimi nut. I like that. Sashimi is good. The H1AO, white asparagus in spring. Also, no, if I was thinking it's not completely raw if it's been deep frozen. No, it's not. Fresh sushi is not frozen. Real good fresh sushi is not frozen. So nice. So we're still hearing the Morse code station coming in on 7593. We'll have 8187 coming up. And that'll be interesting to check out. See if we hear anything. On 15770 right now, for those that don't hear. If you try 1577, we've got Glenn Hauser.
Zagreb, China on. Reports from Reuters via Alakesh Gupta and from Guardian via Dave Cole, February 17th, say Radio Free Asia has resumed broadcast to China, according to its chief executive, after Trump administration cuts last year largely forced the outlet to cease operations. They followed RFE's president and chief executive posted on LinkedIn. We are proud to have resumed broadcasting to audiences in China in Mandarin, Chinese, and Uyghur, providing some of the world's only independent reporting on these regions in the local language.
Craig Martinetti, where can you mail donations? Craig, if you want to mail donations, the best bet is send me an email, official shortwave radio at gmail.com that I just posted here. Send me a little hello and say where can I mail a donation, and I'll give you my postal address. Since you're in Canada, you can do it in any way you want, even a check. That's not complicated. Jasmine, it's included with Amazon Prime since Amazon bought Twitch. It's Jeff Bezos' money, which we can spend once a month on our favorite streamer. All right. That's good. That's good. Yeah, and I know that, maybe it's going to bring me some new viewers that might not be on YouTube, but are heavy on Twitch. So, yeah, I promise this week I'm taking care of that. Rick Myers, KO4OSA, 7583, heard here in Florida. And lots of Japanese stations on 10 meter FT8. Yeah, it's the time right now for Japan on the bands 10, 12, and 15. Is there at an Asian market near me I can buy sashimi quality tuna and salmon, so good for me, and seafood. It can be consumed raw. That's the best way to eat it. There's a big importer of fish and seafood of all sorts here, not that far from where I am. And actually, they make their own sushi rolls that you can buy as a big roll that you just have to cut the size you want. And every time I go there, I always buy some because it's always very, very fresh. It's a renowned place that's like it's from there actually that like all the restaurants in the city. Or where they order their fish and their seafood, it all comes from there. This is the main place where everything comes in and they distribute across town. So across town, so it's like you go there and they have it's open for the public. They have counters of all sorts of things, and it's like it's just so cool. Look at that. The Amazon Twitch channel free subscription has had some changes and varies by region. Your mileage varies. Shake before using. Void where prohibited by law. This is not medical advice. Yeah. Basically, free money left on the table. I'm gonna check it out. I know, Jasmine, you're accusing me of not going to Twitch. Raw clam lover. Brian Leisner. London says, refuse to watch Twitch. Nothing personal. My cats watch me playing video games. Jim Gordon, been hearing Brazil 11780 via the Dutch 20 SDR. Because of local QRM, I got no chance of hearing them on my normal equipment now. Wow. Imagine when you can't hear Brazil, that means you have a lot of QRM. Old radios. No, I'm not that much of a seafood guy also, but there's a few things I like. Call Icon. Nice to have you here. Music on 6020 AM. At this time, it's on 6020. 21 to 23 is China Radio International in Spanish to South Europe. And that's pretty much the only one that's on right now. China Radio in Spanish to South Europe is what it is, I would guess.
Unlike the old and decommissioned 50 kilowatt BBC shortwave radio transmitter, which was power hungry and hard to repair. The antenna uses their vertical instruments.
Lester Polyester don't like the thought of parasites. Yeah, well, there's parasites and stuff everywhere. There was a documentary on local CBC here a couple of weeks ago about how many bugs we eat and all the food we eat every day. It's like, yeah, okay. Jim Gordon, popular local Scottish seafood dish is Arbroath Smokies, a smoked haddock. It's very good as a soup too. It does sound good. I would try that. JJ Ando, does China Radio International send QSL cards? To the last time I've heard, I know they halted at one point. There's China Radio send QSLs. Yeah, apparently they do still. They had stopped for a while, or they didn't stop. I think there was a limit of how many you could get. Write them. Send a reception reports. Anyways, it doesn't hurt. At least you let them know that you're listening to them. And you know what? If you get a QSL or an EQSL, it's kind of cool. Close enough. Medium rare steak is about the only exception. Technology, I can hear the 11780. We're not on the Amazonas, but there is some very deep fading. Hey Matt, nice to have you here. I'm DK2. On my way home from work. Did Radio Homerang transmit today? That's a great... I totally forgot about that. Radio am wrong. Let's see if Radio home wrong. So radio home wrong. Radio home wrong. Okay, I have the impression that it might. It did not. I know where. I'm gonna go and check out the. I'm gonna go check the Glenn Hauser's. Glenn Hauser's group. If something did pop up today, there is going to be there. Gmail.
About Malaysia's resumed shortwave broadcast on 15.295 and 11.885, which have been widely monitored. But
absolutely no one talks about Amron.
Sri Lanka tells us this stopped on February 10th, when it was my latest check. It seems to be off 15.295 for the last few days as of the 17th. And Zaharias Youngest agrees they stopped on February 10th.
I guess they didn't do it this year. So which means that the last year they did it was last year, and that's it. Man, I completely forgot about that. And if I search, there's nothing coming in the search of, not even on World Radio IO Group. So I guess Radio Homerong did not go through. And I didn't get 8187. Let's check it out. It should be on. It's still on if it's there. 8187. Yep. 8187. Coming in. 8187. M12. Spy number CW from St. Petersburg, Russia. Definitely coming in 8187. So it's on. DN Suro, hello from Tucson, Arizona. Some weather report on 15711. Can anyone ID it? 15711. Okay. I'm gonna try something here. Got nothing here. So 8187 still going on. That's still polyester. Smallest go away. Oops. I was going to wait for fish preservation, but mine would have to be fish jerky before I would eat it. Atari, whatever happened to the 10-meter FM repeaters? Well, there's still some, but it seems they're not as popular as they were. I regularly hear the one in New York on 29620. But yeah, see if we have anything. Let me go see if we hear some FM repeaters now. It's definitely quiet right now. Best is to stay on a frequency. They have to ID. They have to ID every 15 minutes, something like that. So G-Shock Watch Fan, nice to have you on board. Paul, M8PPG, nice to have you here. It wasn't on last year, so it's been 2 years in a row. Because I did have a schedule on last year, but I don't remember about last year. So it wasn't on last year, so that means, okay, probably they stopped doing it. David Ward gets signal 8186, MDK2, thanks for checking. Now to pay attention to the road. Yeah, that's kind of important, man. Mr. Polyester, I would try smoked salmon if it was fresh, but not too many fresh salmon here in Southeast USA. No joy 8187 in Tucson, Arizona. Skidology, can hear 8186 upper sideband, but also pretty faint. SWL signals 8187. Weak, but readable in Florida. Skidology a little better when I switch the bandwidth to 0.5 kilohertz, 500 hertz. So this is pretty cool. So we have this happening. Let's check it out here. Anything else? At 2148, one of the things I wanted to try, which wasn't very good. Yeah, propagation to Asia isn't that great because I guess the solar flux maybe. I haven't checked the 22 meter. So WWCR 13845 is there.
Producing by our effort God's nature, which always falls short. Instead, what God wants is saints.
Radio Marti on 13570. So trying out a few things here. 11264. Oh, 11253. 11253 coming in, but not very strong. Not very strong. 11253, which is the Royal Air Force Volmet Military One from the UK. It's not very strong, but it's there. So Blogadize, so post your Twitch channel somewhere. The AI tells me to click subscribe and use Prime sub. For US viewers, the payout is $225 to $250. Huh. Alright. Okay. Dean Bianco, my mom's super boy made with yellow peas has always been a comfort food. It is a comfort food during winter, cold winter evenings. Nothing can compare, especially being of Quebecois and Italian heritage. Yeah, I do mine with half yellow peas whole and half split peas. So the split peas gives a texture, and it's mixed with the yellow peas. It's, man, I have to make one this week. And what's great is the pea soup that I make. So I make it I have a huge crock pot. So what I do is I put everything in it at midnight, and I wake up in the morning at 9 a.m. ready to eat. It's still hot, and so it's like at breakfast I have some pea soup, and since I make a lot of it, what's nice is that I put them in pots and freeze it. And so if I have a craving for pea soup at some point, I just take one of the pots out of the freezer, put it in the microwave, you got a soup. Luis Perez, XE6NU, nice to have you here. Tucson, Arizona, nothing on 8187. Joseph, don't hear anything on 8186 in California. Shortwave signals 11253 S7 in Florida. So it's pretty cool. Let me check if I'm kind of wondering if some of the some conditions might have changed a little bit. K-index is now up at 3. I have the impression that propagation degraded in the last few hours as we're doing the show up here in Montreal. K-index moved from 1 to 3. So conditions are a little more unsettled. And since I'm closer to the auroral zone than people in Florida, for example, it affects me more. So it's not as good as it was earlier. Propagation has definitely degraded a little bit here. So it's kind of interesting. Kind of interesting to see this. Changing propagation all the time. Sheila, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. And always nice to have you guys on board, as usual. And so let's see here. So in 5 minutes, we'll have a couple of stations to check out. One is Voice of Turkey, and we'll see if it's coming in tonight. Voice of Turkey. And Radio Romania's European service will be something to check out also, to see if it's coming in on the 49 meter band of shortwave. So Voice of Turkey will be 5960, and Radio Romania will be 6030. So we'll check that out in a few minutes' time. And space sweater. Here we go. DH1AO, pea soup and bacon or sausage in the winter? Yes. My pea soup has a little bit of I actually put little bits of bacon in it. Canned peas, liver, and butter beans are my run from foods. That reminds me of a friend of mine that saw my what was it? It was a vegetable soup that I made, and he looked at it and said, "Nope, not for me. Too many vegetables in there." Like, and I ordered a fried oyster roll and what they call a red dragon roll shrimp. Cool. The red dragon roll is the one with it, like the top is all red, right? It's something like that. Curly the Unacceptable. USB 3413 Shannon Vomit. Yep. ZY3WR, I think the station is Pirate on is on 4895. It's music. So yeah, I think you mentioned it last time, right? 4895. So it's possible it's Pirate. It could be you know what, from where you are, you might be receiving some things from Africa also that is interesting. Might be. I like a ham hock or some smoked ham in my pea soup. Yeah, a lot of people there. I've seen a lot of recipes with smoked ham in the pea soup. I don't usually put ham in mine, but I should try it sometime. But I've seen a lot of recipes with smoked ham in the pea soup. Mr. Polyester, Hopping John is a good Cajun dish with black-eyed peas. I'm hungry now. Yeah, we're all hungry now. I wish I had pea soup. I'm gonna have to go buy everything I need for the pea soup. I think almost everything. I think I just need the peas. And that's it. So I think it's gonna be good. I mean, this week it's gonna be cold. I think it's gonna be the perfect weather for pea soup. And it's fun because in a slow cooker, like a crock pot, you just put the stuff, and it's in the morning it's ready. 8-10 hours later it's ready. So I don't know if I'm hearing. I'm gonna try something here. Can we hear 5450? Yeah, look at that. 5450, I'm hearing the Royal Air Force Military One from the United Kingdom. Vomit, 5450, upper sideband. And Shannon Ireland Vomit on 5505. 5505, both coming in. This is only possible because of my magnetic loop. I would not be able to hear that. If I try it here, just to give you an idea, and fed in the backyard. I'm going to go to I'm hearing absolutely nothing. Imagine how much noise I've got in the end-fed in the backyard of the low bands. S9 plus 10, and that's noise. Only noise. No preamp, no nothing. Imagine the noise in my backyard on the low frequencies. Yet the GA490 and the front balcony actually gets 5450, 5505. It's definitely such a good idea to have both antennas here, because if I didn't have both antennas, there are tons of things I wouldn't hear, and it's really cool that like the higher frequencies are great on the end fed, and the lower frequencies are good on the GA490 on the ICOM. So, you know. Skidology is hearing 6030 interval signal, which is what probably was Radio Romania. Let's go see how good the signal is. Yeah.
73.1.
6030 Radio Romania coming in here very well. Unfortunately, Turkey, which is on when it wants to be on, isn't there. So that's what's happening tonight. Toast enough, we have tons of opossums here. Mike WX50, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. Z1-3WR, he's hearing something on 5450. Cosmic Lettuce, nice to have you on board. Always a great time to have you here. An old one, Visualize World Peas. Geology, yeah, 5960 is not on the air. Kenneth, no joy for... we got to find you signals, Kenneth. Now I'm feeling bad. I'm going to start searching for signals just for you. Bill Penna, New York Center, strong 5550 upper sideband, the New York Air Traffic Control. David Ward, 5450 USB, barely audible, Texas. Shortwave signals here in KPH on 12808.5. KFS on 12695.5. Let's try different frequencies. They're still on, right? That's KPH and KFS. I'm curious. So, first frequency we're going to do is with KPH. So, the first one I'm going to try is 22. I'm going to try to hide 22. Put myself in upper sideband. 224775. Oh, it's coming in. So 22477.5, that's in. Then we have 17016.8. 17016.8. Nothing there. Oh, yeah, it is there. I'm doing the VVV, calling all stations, basically. 17016.8. And let's try 12808.5. Yeah. There we go. I've notched the tone. So 12808.5 coming in well. Also, Morse code. And we have KFS on 12695.5. Let's try that one. 695.5. Whoa, that's good. KFS, we're getting the idea. Okay, waiting for a call. So KFS, please answer. HF channel. And then it says K for, like, I'm waiting. CQ. This one's decoding decently well because of signal strength. So it's pretty. These are all. This one is in Bolinas, California. The other one is in Point Reyes, California. So kind of nice to hear these coastal stations. Only on Saturday. $54.50 coming in some odd noise. 603 actually coming in quite clear this time. Scatology. David Ward 12808.5 and 12695.5 strong in Texas. SWL signals 5450 and 5505 good in Florida. Craig Martinetti, this Chinese food. Just kidding about eating possum. Swamp kitties. Yeah, Kenneth, I'm starting to feel bad. Edward Caesar. We'll have to see how this goes. Mr. Polyester has 5550 air traffic control, Trong. David Ward, 12477.5 and 17016. Good signals. Can you get 8642CW? Let's check it out. So, CQ from KFS. Not hearing anything on 8642 here. Luis Perez. Lagardai 6030, powerful in English on a Courtesan DX286. D and Suro can hear 224775 in Tucson. Mike B 17016.8 in Southwest Colorado 12808 also. David Ward RRI 6030, lots of fading. Jasmine, Jill, if there was one broadcast station and utility station you'd like to bring back to shortwave, which would they be? Please name one of each. One broadcast station and utility station. In terms of bringing back one broadcast station, I would say, you know, it's still on shortwave, but it's difficult. But I would say that a North American service of BBC World Service would be great. But if we're talking strictly of station gone, the good old Radio Moscow, the one from the 80s, not the Sputnik crap today. The good old Radio Moscow from the 80s. I loved that station. There's a lot of good stuff there. For whatever it was. If we're talking about other stuff, like more down to where, things I'd like to hear, I miss a lot of stations. I mean, Swiss Radio International and all of that. And utility stuff, I wish we would have the ship-to-shore phones that we used to listen to. I miss that. It was just so amazing to just tune in to marine bands and hear people calling their families and friends from ships at sea. That is something that I really, really thought was just so cool. So cool. ZY3WR, Romania Strong 6030. And there's also 9620 as a backup. David Ward, good signal on 5550 ETC. Brian Weiterheimer, nice to have you here from the BC Rockies. Mark Brando, nice to have you on board. Trey Martina T. Show, what is favorite Chinese food dinner? Depends on what we call Chinese. If it's strictly American style Chinese, I like, the chicken fried rice or shrimp fried rice is good. I like the stuff like General Tao chicken, or I like cashew chicken. I like, I like a lot of stuff. I like the beef and broccoli. I like the orange beef. I don't remember the name exact. There's one Chinese here that does amazing orange flavored duck, which is just so cool. But that's on the American-ish Chinese type. I also like kind of the more fancy Chinese stuff. There's a small restaurant not far from here, and man, they have this amazing menu of weird stuff, and I like to try new stuff from time to time. Mike WX50, bringing back just one shortwave station only would be so tough for me. It is for me too. Very, very difficult. Really enjoy listening to many. Swiss Radio International, Radio Netherlands, Radio Luxembourg, Radio Sweden, Honestly, I'd like to have Radio Canada International back. Shortwave Signal, Radio Moscow, and the Masan number stations. Yeah, those creepy number stations also. It's Jasmine, interesting. Thanks, Joe. Radio Australia. If we all miss Radio Australia, Jasmine, that's the thing is, if you ask me to choose one, it's very, very tough. There are quite a few that I liked. Radio Australia was great. But there's so many I like that it's very hard to bring just one back. There's so many things, and the utilities. One thing that I've always found cool when I was a teenager, I could hear the Bush radio. There was a Alma. It was called Radio Alma, which was a Bell phone service. The antennas were in Alma in the Saguenay region of Quebec. They would link fishing groups and people that were hunting with these radios. and make a phone patch to that, and they would call their families and friends. That was kind of really cool. Also, there's so many things. I remember Saint Lis Radio from France utility with their very unusual interval signal before they had marine broadcasts of all sorts. Man, there's so much stuff from the past that is just so amazing that I just like, wow. It's tough to choose one. Dakota, there are too many stations: Radio Australia, Radio RSA, and the best of all, the stations of Radio Tahiti, 15170. Yep, absolutely. There's so many things. ZY3OR 5450 in English. I don't know if it's the same station we talked about earlier, but it's strong with some TV signal noises mixed up. Yeah, that must be local interference you got there. Kenneth says, I heard a executive on the Love Boat talking about Cab Calloway outlasting the passengers on his show. Yeah, Jonathan Marks. Oh, man. Crab Ragoon. Ginger De Silva. Fried rice, noodles. Like I, for anyone interested, I learned that there is now an ARM processor version of the SDR Sharp. Now I'm going to try it one next week. Cool. Yeah, well, Cuba, if it could, it's not gone technically. It's just not broadcasting very well, Cuba. Yeah, HCJB. With the DX party line and stuff like that. Brian Leesner, I'm so hungry right now, and there's nothing like duck. Radio Tirana, yes, we want to hear Radio Tirana, and that woman, that angry woman on Radio Tirana. I told you guys about it, that the French language service, the French language club here, the Quebec COCQ, the Club on Cours de Quebec, had a contest, and we would get points, and we had to record what we heard on the cassette, send in the cassette, so that they would, identify and make sure that we got our points. And it was a 100 points. The winner was whoever comes closest to 100 points. And the last recording that they asked for, which was good for 10 points, which was more than all the other questions, was you got 10 points if you get the Radio Tirana woman announcer to laugh on the air, if we have a recording of that. And I'm like, oh God, yeah, that will never happen. As it happens, RCI Domestic Service. That's our body Esther. I like the General Tso chicken, although it has that certain season with a dirty ash day tray aftertaste. Jasmine. Jill loved these dropping on people's phone calls. Well, it wasn't just that. It was the interesting mystery of hearing international callers calling their family or friends or whatever. There's something unique about that, thinking that, wow, that person is on a boat, For me, that was more fun than listening to, cell phone stuff. So, there is I have a funny story for you guys. When I lived where I lived before, here, the flea market, there was a flea market just on the other side of the street, not very far. And I would go there with my mom. And there was a black door. And I learned that about a month ago. Imagine, I learned that a month ago, okay? So there's a flea market. It had 2 doors, and there was a black door with nothing written on it further away, which I always wondered, what's there? I wonder. And I didn't know. So, we go to the flea market and all of that back in the day, and still today, I if I go there, it's not super far from here. I can walk. It's like maybe 20, 25-minute walk from here. But that black door is still there, and so on. So a friend of mine says, I learned something interesting. I said, what? You know that black door that was like a little further away from where you lived before? Yeah. So I'm sorry. And it says, it's one of those weird couple exchange clubs. And I'm like, what? There? In that old abandoned creepy place? And so he intrigues me. So I go online and I'm like, okay, I got to find out if that's true. And I go online, and first thing that pops up when I put the flea market and the address and all of that is, oh, look at that. It is. And they all these team nights, and I'm like, you mean that I live like 5-minute walking distance from that club? Because it exists. It says it existed since 1990. And I'm like, well, that black door is that club. No advertising, nothing around it, nothing fancy. But I went on the website and I look at it and it's like, wow, the interior is very fancy though. It's like, okay, I was just so amazed. I was just surprised. I was like, what? In that old abandoned thing? All right. So I learned something this week that, I guess you got to be there. You got to be in the know of these things for that to be there and to know it's there. But it's just so funny. You never know what you have behind the door when you move around and walk. Ken Michael, nice to have you on board. Okay, side Y3WR. Because you might be having some local interference from something. Michael, nice to have you here. What happened to Moosehead Beer? I think it's still around, isn't it? I seem to recall of that beer, seeing that beer not that long ago. Moosehead Beer. Yeah, it's still around. Actually, they have a website, moosehead.ca. So it's still around. Just got to go and find it, I guess. Joseph, it's crazy what you hear. Why wouldn't you be fascinated by people? Yeah. RJ Dakota, Radio Nacional Amazon is actually better on 6180 than 11780 for a change. Let's try both. Let's try 6180 here. Yeah, and pretty good here on the ICOM. And compare it to 11780 here. So for me, 11780 is better, but both are really good. Both are really good. SWL signals back in the 90s used to listen to U.S. Coast Guard SAR SAR on 5696. Oh yeah, I remember. You know what? I remember, and there was a local amateur net on 2 meters on Sunday nights here. Sheldon Harvey was the guy that was controlling the net. And we're talking early 1990s. And one night somebody says, hey, there's some action on 5696. And we all got to 5696 while the net was going on. And there is a boat on fire in the Atlantic Ocean just off the coast of New England. And we were hearing the Coast Guard search and rescue helping the people on board. And it was like being there. The guy was like, okay, the fire is engulfing all the people, and it's like we got to act fast. And it was just an amazing lesson that day. I still remember that night being so amazing. It's like, wow, it's like being there. I was on the boat on fire. Man, some great stuff. Great stuff. KD9 WNV, take care. Kev Michael, remember getting marine telephone traffic on 2 megahertz from Avalon, Catalina Island, California? There was a lot of it back then. Like I used to listen to WLO, a marine radio station in Mobile, Alabama, that did ship to shore communications. They restarted and had weather in 2023. Not sure if it's still running. Yeah, I haven't heard it in a long time. Jasmine, you were the one that actually had posted about WLO being there. I don't know if you've heard anything recently. Yeah, Jasmine, that's what I guess, because, I mean, that thing is not advertised. It's a black door. And it's like, okay, I guess people know about it. But I was so surprised. It's kind of those things. It's like, you don't know what's happening. You know, where I used to live there, it was a very shady place, by the way. Not where I was living. But apart from the flea market, which was pretty big, and still is there today, it's a real good, it's a real flea market. I mean, you go in there, it's old junk. They call it, I don't know, they call it like, vintage stuff, and it's like, no, it's old junk. All right, call it the way it is. It's old junk. I'm sorry. So, anyways, I would go there to see the stuff back in the day in old radios. My mom would go there because she would buy vinyl records. There was a guy there that had tons of them, and I think it sold the vinyl records $1 each. So my mom would go and choose her vinyl records, and I'd just go around and see the other stuff. And that place, takes the majority of the building. But there's two other businesses there, from what I know now. One was a pool, kind of a, people would go play pool there. It was like a bar with pool tables and stuff. But I learned very, very rapidly when we would listen to cell phones, the cell communications would come from, the local towers. What you hear is the towers close to you. And of course, that bar, I pretty quickly learned, was one of those bars where the Hells Angels and all of those groups were like gathering for their activity. So it's like, wow, this is the police should be listening here. This is the place for all of those, guys of these gangs and everything. And so I learned very rapidly that pool table place was pretty much a crazy operation. And so it's like, that means that, there are these two places. But, man, when I was living there, it's like, wow, all the stuff I heard, it's like, wow, cops just should come over to my place, sit down for a day, and you'll have tons of warrants to ask for illegal stuff. David Ward, 6180 strong, 11780 even stronger. That's exactly what I have. Like WX50, yep. HCJB Quito, Ecuador. That we miss that, is for sure. For our old guys from the good old days. Yeah. Yeah, Quito, Ecuador. The X party line with Clayton Howard. I have the Clayton Howard, Clayton and Helen. I think if she was called Helen, his wife was Helen. I have the goodbye card from them. Clayton Howard and Helen Howard from the last DX party line, and I mean they were very nice. They had and with the card I had a handwritten letter. I remember a handwritten letter saying, here's our address. They were going to Florida, and they was like, here's our address. Don't hesitate. Write to us. We want to continue the communication. It was very nice. Kevin Michael, Moosehead was a good beer. Had it in California. I think I had it once a long, long time ago, and it was not that bad. Craig Martinetti, may his memory forever be a blessing. Bill Penna, Moosehead has a massive brewery on Highway 1 in St. John, New Brunswick. Can't miss it. Kidology, my dad actually bought Moosehead recently, and didn't like the flavor, and said it wasn't how he remembered it. Mike B. Brewery in Montana makes a moose drool brown ale. Moose drool. Like that. Beer is a very personal thing. You like it or not, and beer is very, very personal in taste and all. So take care, Craig Martinetti, 73s. See you next week. Joseph, that's actually one of the reasons I still like police scanners. There's some amazing chases I get to hear every once in a while, for example. You live in a place where that still is a possibility, and that's cool for that. And that's really cool for that. David Ward, like listening to 14300 USB Marine Maritime Mobile. It also is a great. It's also a great frequency when hurricanes happen, because they get very active also with what's happening in the Caribbean and so on. I had the equivalent, and they're still here. It's an unofficial net, from what I understand. But back in my teenage days, I remember listening to a French language net. They were maritime mobile. And so a lot of them were on the boats in the Caribbean Sea and so on. And there's a lot of stations from France contacting them. A lot of stations from, Quebec also. French language Quebec amateur operators. And I remember having fun, thinking, oh, this is cool, And from time to time, when I'm at the right time frame, I often tune, and they're still there. They're like around 14120, very low in the 20-meter band. And I've heard them, I think, a few weeks ago. And they were going on and still having their net going on, which was kind of cool. Jasmine, I've not heard anything recently, but I've not listened to Shortwave recently. It may still be there. I'll have to check. It does have a schedule. Yeah, I need to check too. Let's see if they're there. Joseph, 8788 got a tiny bit of CW on my newly fired up ML830. Yeah, 8788 was one, eh? Let me, 8. We're going to try something. Is there still 13149 station from something like Long Island, New York, broadcasting every 15 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever? I haven't heard that in a long time. Let's put that here. And let's put 8788 on this one here. And upper sideband. And see if anything pops up while we're listening. Kevin Michael, remember KOU San Pedro Marine in California had a QSL card. Hey, welcome home, Matt. T.V. Ostrowski, the Christian Science Monitor had a very good secular news service back in the day. I remember that. They were everywhere. The Christian Science Monitor stations. They were everywhere. I got a couple of QSL cards from that station. Kevin Michael, HDBGX party line from Quito, Ecuador, best ever. I was also an index member at some point. London 19657, we're expecting some snow overnight between 2 12 inches. Vague enough for everyone. Yeah, shortwave radio clubs. You guys remember Anarch? The what was it? The Association of North American Radio Clubs. Anarch. ZY3WR. Apparently, I can catch Radio Marti at 6030, and it wasn't atmosphere. Well, I can't catch the other frequency, but when it's close to morning. Joseph, the funny thing about San Francisco police scanning is that they are both super low funded and in some places, but also they have all of this high-tech in other places. Hey, London 19657, catnip and coax. Thanks for the donation. You know, and don't forget, guys, there's the Chinese food and cat treats PayPal. It helps tremendously. You have no idea, guys, how it helps. Please think of a donation, a little something to give away. It really, really helps. Really, really helps. Okay. I was about to say something that I forgot. Oh. When the solar flux is very high, or when there's sporadic E-skip in the summer, do listen to the bottom part of the VHF range, 30 to 50 megahertz. I hear a lot of people saying, well, there's nothing there anymore. There are tons of things. You have no idea the amount of police and fire departments in the United States that are still on old technology, that are still way down in the 30 to 40 megahertz range, even military stuff. So what you got to do is, on the day that you see sporadic E, if you see that the Super Bowl channel 6 is open, get a scanner and let it scan 30 to 50 constantly. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised. I'll be doing a few videos on that. I want to, especially in the summer with the sporadic E-skip stuff. I still remember hearing on like 37 megahertz or something, a police chase, wondering what it is, and after searching with what I was hearing, I learned that the police chase was happening in Texas. And I was like, wow, this is cool. Hearing a police chase in Texas, all the way up to Montreal. Joseph, so I can hear them on AM mode on the scanners following people on the run with drones. Wow. Skidology, I don't like beer myself. I prefer flavored vodka drinks, and yeah, I have beer during the show, but I have to say, if I had, if I would go to the liquor store or whatever, I probably prefer having a drink, vodka, or there's a Quebec gin that I like a lot, which is called Ungava, and it's a gin made with the northern herbs found in the wild here in Quebec. It has very distinct taste to it, and there's a drink that I found a recipe on the local liquor store website, and it's just so amazing with citrus and it's lime and so on. It's really, really good. Joseph, let's see how it does. It's further from the house now and has more open space around it, all the way from east to west, basically. Skidology, they use a very little amount of vodka. It's pretty much like beer. Yeah, well, most drinks, when it's Upper Sideman 13 and 149 for you to choose. Most drinks actually are not much more than a beer, because of all the rest that dilutes the vodka or the whatever hard liquor you put in it. Kevin Michael, 26350 megahertz CB comms, Mexico to South America. Mike WS50, I had my first vodka soda with Tito's and Club Soda last night at Pizza Place. It was a little bland. Glad I asked for a lime slice. Yeah, not everybody does, 8675309 London. Riverhead Radio, yep. Shortwave signals, Riverhead Radio. And I wonder if they're still on. Kenneth, back in the 80s we had Anarch, now we have Anarchy. Oh, God. David Ward, hearing some CQ, parks on the air stations on 20 meters. So 13149 is upper sideband. Microwave Mick, the usual cast of mature operators on 7200. Keep your computer or phone ready for slow scan TV. Apparently, the new thing on 7200 is they're sending naughty pictures with slow scan television. Okay, Michael, the California Highway Patrol is on 42 megahertz. Just know if you had an SDR with Spectrum display, you can find stuff 30 to 40 megahertz easier than scanning sometimes. Yep. ZY3WR, I can hear, I heard some ham stations between 3 to 4, 3800. Actually, 80 meter band. The 80 meter amateur band is 3500 to 3800 in some areas like Europe and Middle East. In North America, it's 3500 to 4000 kilohertz. So it wasn't Punch and John, says London. Mike B, we have Jackalope Gin made here in Colorado with hand-picked juniper berries. It must be real good. Luis Perez, newest music on 13650, and it is China Radio International. Kevin Michael, I have a HZAB QSL from any 1998 for 12015. You know, when I started listening to Shortwave in late in August of 1982, I started QSLing maybe, I don't know, somewhere in October of that year, because I learned QSLing was a thing. And in 1983, and somebody had talked about, trying to get that card. In 1983, we were in the year of telecommunications. All of the QSL cards from HCJB that year, they had 6. I believe it was like one new card every 2 months. And I have 5 out of 6. Because I did reception reports and I got the cards, but one of them, the reception report, the letter came back from HCJB saying, "Oh, that was not correct per our log." And I was like, "What do you mean it was not correct per our log? It was correct. I was listening, man." But anyways, I missed one of the cards, and that pissed me off so much. I was like, I want that card. And I tried so many times afterwards saying, well, do you have that card from that era? Can you send me that card? And so on. I never got the freaking card. And I was like, come on. I wanted to have the whole series of, the World Telecommunications Year. Dang. Oh. So anyways, I'm missing one of the cards from that. Microwave Mick. Yep, there's some AM on 3885, 3880, 3890. Don't know if I haven't heard that Canadian radar at 12 megahertz lately, or it's just not there when I tune in. I just heard it an hour ago while trying to tune the 25 meter band. It was coming in really strong here. Hey, welcome back, VT Radio. Matt, Jill, could you type the name of the gin in the comments? I just googled gin produced in Quebec. And, okay, yeah. So, the name is Ungava. It's a region in the northern part of Quebec. Ungava. And it is amazing. And there's a drink. What I do is an ounce of Ungava. Then you fill up with sparkling water. You put orange juice and a hint of lime juice. And boy, is it an amazingly good drink. It's very refreshing with ice and everything. That gin is great. Skidology 7200 is probably the most chaotic ham frequency on the bands. Yeah, I think 14313 is also a pretty bad one. Then in 19657, I went to California in 87 and saw chip spikes. Now I bloody live in the USA. I was attracted by 1970s TV chips. Wow. I do have a KHBI QSL also from Saipan. Rob from Wick, nice to have you here. Thanks for the donation, by the way. On a mini holiday in Innenberg. Pretty cool. Nice to have you here. Nice to have you here. Codera, when you send a reception report by mail, do you provide payment for return postage? For most international broadcasts, you don't have to. They will send you something back. For even utilities you can send, and usually you get something back. There's no return postage necessary. Where return postage might be helpful is when you like if you want a QSL card from an amateur station, stuff like that. But it's in general, you don't have to add anything. Most stations today on the QSL for reception reports reply by email. Or sometimes they'll have this system that if you send a reception report through email, you'll get an eQSL through email. If you send a reception report by mail, you'll get one by mail. So a lot of stations do that. So the OG Forkin Crazy. Nice to have you here from England. London 19657, the modern world as instant response. We used to stay in all evening if you gave your number to a girl. Bob Rouse sipping on gin and juice, laid back. Cool. MDK2 14303. Was 14303 or 313? I don't remember. Yeah, I think it's still a little. People are focusing on 7200, but I think it's still a little iffy. Kevin Michael, I watched CBC North via internet. I got QSL card with native Canadian markings. Oh, that's cool. Brett Woolley, Radio Metallica Worldwide. Is it on right now? Let's check out the pirate stations. I haven't checked pirates. So I haven't heard anything there. I should have heard something. I'm wondering if they're still on. So there's TikTok Radio right now on 6925. Check it out. 6.925. I'm hearing something. Yeah, it's a computerized voice, and it just ID'd now. You're listening to TikTok Radio. So, that's interesting. So, it's a decent signal from TikTok Radio Pirate, 6925 upper sideband. Markup, what happened to the Australian DX report that used to be on WWCR on Saturday nights? Yeah, it used to be there with the AWR wave scan also, and it's gone. Rob Rouse, Canadian Time Station, send the EQSL response. Chips versus chips. Brian Lee's there. Crispy duck after the stream. That's it. Settled. Yeah, Jasmine, TikTok Radio. Over shortwave. You got TikTok Radio over shortwave. And it seems to be very unique broadcast. What is that? Get me out. Very bizarre broadcast from TikTok Radio happening right now. Pirate station. I gotta say. Okay. So now they're crying. It sounds more like a nut house than anything else from TikTok Radio. I gotta say. Oh God, what the hell is that? Man. This is crazy. It's like a nut house on pirate radio. A nut house on pirate radio. Youch. Okay. Blogger is back with food. Can you send some my way, my blog? A lot of yelling on 6925 Upper Sideman, definitely. David Ward, 6925, barely audible. TikTok radio. No, it's TikTok. Not TikTok, but TikTok, like the website. Joseph has nothing on 6925 in California. Microwave Mix, 16 or so years back, I was listening to 14275 Lower Sideband. These guys was pimping a website dedicated to old VE7 KFM. Ain't heard that guy in a while. Oh, God. So they're screaming, and every 2 minutes of screaming, it IDs as TikTok radio. God, this is annoying. Skidology, what sounds like an autistic child screaming. Yeah, lots of screaming. It's just, TikTok radio, yeah. I don't know. This is crazy. Skidology, this gives anxiety because now I acted as a kid, still act with my autism. This is nuts. Somebody's ringing the doorbell and it's not for me. I don't know how many times people are actually sending food to my address and it's not the right place. It's crazy. I'm going nuts. I'm sorry guys, I'm just gonna go see, okay? C'est quoi cette affaire-là? J'attends rien, ça me dérange mon émission. Attends, toi, tu viens-tu là? Ouais. So, it's always the same thing. Wrong apartment number. I was pissed. The guy saw it. It was like, oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Oh, God. My neurodivergent listeners tuning out. Seems to be gone now. Yeah, free radio. Brian Penny, that's what free radio is all about. You do what you want, basically. So it's ticked off radio. So somebody in the HF Underground put TikTok. Probably hearing TikTok. So it's ticked off. Well, that's the perfect title for what we just heard. Ticked off radio. Yeah, the the FCC is cracking down on FM pirates in many, many places. We've been talking about it on the International Radio Report. But the question that remains, and always remains, is they're not getting the fines, they're not getting the money. And what's even worse is that most of those, when you look at how long they've been operating, years. Years. It's pretty crazy. It's like, what are you guys doing? Years. Come on. I don't know, but sometimes I'm just wondering. So we've been on for 4 hours, and I am a little tired. I need to edit the International Radio Report show. I need to do quite a few things. So we'll stop here, and we'll be back next Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. Hope you enjoyed today's show. And everybody take care. Stay safe. And see you next week, 20 hours Universal Time, for another Shortwave Radio show. And I will, Jasmine, make sure that I'm on Twitch next week as well as YouTube. So take care, guys. Thanks for the donations, for everybody that gave a little something today. Thank you, Joseph, and for the donation right now. Stay safe. Always fun to be here. And take care, everyone. So, love you too, Brian. Always nice to have you here. Take care, guys. All right. And stay safe. Once you to